Hopefully this works this time. I seem to have done it. Okay, cool. If you've noticed the little blip I had before with the wrong stream title, I'm new to live streaming completely. I've only really ever done it a few times when making music. But today, I really wanted to, as part of the celebration of us passing 20,000 subscribers, yay, that's so cool. Thank you, by the way, for everyone who's subscribed, followed, who watches what I do and enjoys what I do. Obviously the channel wouldn't be anything without you guys, so I really appreciate it. And to celebrate, I wanted to do two videos specifically. One you may have seen already is the Harakiri video, which is up already, and the other one is a tier ranking video, which I've never done before. I always thought though it would be quite fun, maybe quite interesting. I've probably bitten off more than I could chew with this one, as we are going to start going through Roger Ebert's great movies list, and that's about 367 movies. This is going to be a long one. We're in it for the long haul today, so hopefully that'll be fun. If not, I'm sorry you're having to tolerate my awful voice and such a different format, but maybe this could be an enjoyable experience. If this is something that this type of format is something you enjoy, please let me know. I'd be more than happy to do more tier ranking videos as like celebrations, or just sort of off the cuff, informal types of videos. As you can tell, I'm not working with a script today, so everything is either going to be off memory, or I suppose if I've seen these films recently, or if I'm planning on seeing them, hopefully we get some good, interesting conversations out of this. I'm going to admit I haven't seen everything on this list, and this is why I have selected watch list as a tier, because I think this will be a good opportunity for me to learn and discover new films that I haven't dived into yet. Dived into? You know what I mean. I've also got a category here called Avoiding, and that I think will be quite an interesting one to place some films into, because there's some problematic titles in here as well, and we'll get to those ones. But if you've never seen a tier ranking video, if this is new to you as well, I'm splitting this into S tier, A tier, B, C and D. The top tiers obviously the best of the best, and the lower tiers I sort of wonder why Roger Ebert liked them so much. So yeah, I think with that in mind, let's get going. And our first film today is Mulholland Drive, David Lynch. Some of these icons might be a bit hard to see, so I apologise for that. But David Lynch, one of my all-time favourite directors. I've not covered Mulholland Drive yet, but from the get-go, I think I'm going to put that in S tier. I really love this satiric edge it has about dismantling exploitation in Hollywood, all while doing it with this sapphic, strange mystery that just always feels like you're never quite able to solve. It's such a wonderful film. Spirited Away, Hayao Miyazaki. This is like a modern fairy tale. I think it also might be, for a lot of people, maybe their first Studio Ghibli film. I think I'm going to place this in A tier, just because it's not my personal favourite Ghibli film, but I totally understand why it's cherished so much. It means a lot to people, doesn't it? The Big Lebowski. This is one of my comfort watches. I love the Coen brothers and what they do. They're so versatile, and The Big Lebowski, it's very funny. I love how all these drastic narrative strands all kind of interweave and overlap together in really unexpected ways. I'm going to put this in A tier. It's probably not my favourite Coen brothers movie, but it deserves the credit, I think. It deserves its cult following. Kenji Mizoguchi, Life of Oharu. I haven't seen this. Kenji Mizoguchi is a big gap in my viewing experience. I've only ever seen, I think, 2 of his films, so I know I need to catch up. I think this is a film called La Collectionneuse. Sorry if I'm butchering pronunciations today. I haven't got my usual pronunciation guide at hand. I haven't seen this one either. And I haven't seen Richard Linklater's Waking Life. I want to, though. I really do. Baraka. I know this is a really cool one. This is sort of... It reminds me a lot of, like, Koyaanisqatsi, if you've ever had a chance to see that, with all these beautiful, unique cinematographic, visual, exciting ideas happening between ancient landscapes, and with Koyaanisqatsi a lot to do with human civilization and technology. But Baraka feels like uncovering like a visual ancient myth. I find it's just gorgeous to look at. It really is. If you ever get the chance to watch it, definitely go for it. Beautiful film. I'm putting it in S tier. So here's The Godfather Part 2. It's my favourite of the Godfather films, actually. It feels so much more expansive than the first film. And I love the first film anyway, but I love that the second one you get Vito Corleone's backstory, Robert De Niro brought into the picture, and it's just such a fascinating storyline. And then you have these characters that we kind of came to love in the first film. And I hope I'm not spoiling too much for people who haven't seen it yet. But the amount of betrayal, it's like, of a mythological scale, you know, something you'd expect from like a Homer epic or whatever. So I'm going to put it in A tier. Adaptation. Possibly my favourite Spike Jonze film. If you haven't seen it yet, Nicolas Cage is playing 2 characters. Charlie Kaufman, who actually wrote the screenplay, and also Charlie Kaufman's fictitious brother. And there's this unique, fascinating dynamic where one brother is dedicated to his artistry, but isn't having that same level of success as his brother, who's knocking out this hokey script. This is a blast, but it's quite dark and intimidating and psychologically unnerving, while also being really quite fun and funny. And yeah, it's all those things I want in a film that gets meta about screenwriting. I'm going to put this in A tier. Next, I have Dog Day Afternoon. I have totally forgotten. I'm going to put a row in here for rewatches. For the films that I have seen, but my memory isn't particularly fresh on. And Dog Day Afternoon is going in there because I saw it years ago. And I've just got a very vague memory of it. I think I would benefit from rewatching it. Next, Cool Hand Luke. I haven't seen this. I need to. I know I do. Diary of a Country Priest. Again, this is one of the Bresson films I haven't seen yet, so it's going in the watch list, but I really want to see it. Next, we have Shoah. And, I mean, I did a video on this years ago. I think one of my first videos I did. And I am planning a rewatch of this, but it's really lingered with me over years. And if you don't know about Shoah, it's a roughly 10-hour documentary about the Holocaust, told from the perspective of from the perspective of survivors, from the perspective of the people who were living in the nearby surroundings of like Auschwitz and all the other infamous camps, and even interviews with war criminals and some of the Nazi commandants who were responsible for these atrocities. And you can tell it took such an emotional toll on Claude Lanzmann to make this film that never relies on like archive footage. It's all interviews. It's all very much retreading the footsteps of these camps, and it feels like the essential historic education on this subject matter, a bit like The Pity and the Sorrow. I'm going to put this in S tier. It's not a film you want to watch necessarily regularly, but the impact it'll have is just, it's gargantuan, really, isn't it? Next, Superman the movie. I haven't seen this one. I feel like I'm missing out, actually, because I'm not, like, a massive fan of comic book movies. But I know other people who aren't massive fans of comic book movies either, and Superman the movie is one that I cherish a lot. So, yeah, I hope to watch it at some point soon. Monsieur Haya. Again, this is... Actually, I hadn't heard of this one until I went through this list properly. So yeah, I haven't seen this one. I've not had a chance to watch it yet. Spirit of the Beehive. I haven't watched it yet, and I know that's going to feel like a painful stab in the gut for some people. I know this is a really well-loved film. I am planning on watching it soon, and I would like to do a video on it if I end up really engaging with it. But until then, it's on the watch list. As is French Can-Can. As is La Cérémonie. And the... this is The Double Life of Veronique. I have seen this, but I'll put it on my rewatch list because it's been a few years, but I think also it's probably one of those films that, me personally anyway, I'm not going to appreciate on a first viewing, on a single viewing. So I would benefit from rewatching that. Secrets and Lies. Okay, I actually rewatched this the other day. If you follow me on Letterboxd at all, you might see what I reviewed it on there. I love this film. It's one of my favourite Mike Leigh films. It is so emotionally devastating, but also really kind in how it uncovers these characters. This whole exploration of how honesty is the best policy for those who are closest to us, who mean the most to us. And I don't know how many other stories I could compare it to regarding adoption, finding out one's origins and identity. It's not just about that. It's not just about a mother and daughter reconnecting. It's about, I suppose you could say, there's also the exploration of race within the UK, because the story is about a woman who's given up a baby, I think when she was 16, and her daughter finally comes back to discover her, and her daughter's a black woman. She's a successful woman, maybe more successful than her own mother, and you kind of get this notion that what Mike Leigh's trying to do is dismantle our assumptions about what a traditional family can look like, what a family can be, and that transcends race. You know, it's a gorgeous film. I think I'm underselling it already. All right, I will have to move on quickly because this could take ages. But two lead performances: Brenda Blethyn and Marianne Jean-Baptiste, absolutely kill it in Secrets and Lies. If you've seen it, you know why. Maybe I'll do a video on it in the future. Until then, we have to move on. Mon Oncle Antoine, I have not seen. This is gonna get chunky, this list. Magnolia, Paul Thomas Anderson. I've seen this a couple of times, but I want to rewatch it. I want to refresh myself on it before I give a more thorough viewpoint on it. LA Confidential, a rewatch. I remember enjoying it, but That's all I quite remember about it. Oh, yeah, this is another one I hadn't heard of before this list, The Grey Zone. It sounded interesting when I looked it up, so I'll have to seek it out. Robert Bresson, Man Escaped. This, I think, might be my favourite Robert Bresson film. It is so suspenseful, so methodical. This prisoner of war who has a long lasting plan to try and escape from a Nazi prison. It's incredible. If you've seen it, you'll know how quietly suspenseful it is without ever, without beating us over the head. It's just such a beautifully suspenseful, subtle drama, and I believe it's based on a true story too. So I suppose in a way it's a bit like a Stranger Than Fiction situation because of how laborious and elaborate the escape plan has to be. Just how resourceful as well. Yes, it's an S tier one. Okay. I could rattle on about some of these films for a bit too long. 7. David Fincher's maybe the film that put him on the map. I don't know, sorry, what that noise was. I just heard a chime. I'm sorry, I'm very new to live streaming, so any graphics that might show up, I've not actually been able to see. Hopefully something happened. Oh, hello Cornell. Just subscribed. I don't know if they're watching at the moment. I'll just quickly go through comments. Hi Adrian, and I'd have loved to watch this. I'll watch your stream later. That's no worries. You can watch it later. And hi Jackster. Hack Jackster. I'm glad you enjoyed the channel. I thought I muted like all chime noises and stuff, but maybe next time I do a live stream I'll figure that out. You live and you learn, don't you? You learn by trial. So 7, David Fincher. This is, 7's a good one, isn't it? Like the way the 7 deadly sins are juxtaposed with this up-and-coming police investigator and this ongoing murder spree. And some of the visuals in this are just so vile in a way that you don't really expect from a mainstream crime thriller. I still think of, I won't spoil anything, but I still think of this interrogation scene and a certain weapon, a knife. Like, already, if you've seen this film, you know the one. It invokes horrible images. Not my favourite David Fincher, mind you. Even though I really enjoy it, I am going to put this in B tier. It's a very good film. I still would easily recommend it to everyone, but just not my favourite Fincher. Artificial Intelligence, AI, Steven Spielberg. So I remember seeing this in cinema when I was like 9 years old. I have fond nostalgic memories for this film, even though it does break your heart. It's a very sentimental film, maybe overly sentimental, but it's also got a lot of Kubrickian imagery and just a gorgeous, sumptuous, very detailed, futuristic landscape that it tells its story in. I think it's quite genuinely heartfelt, but also not my favourite Spielberg. As I've gotten older, I think while this film still tugs on my heartstrings, generally speaking, such overt sentimentality isn't always my cup of tea. I'm going to put this in... it's a B tier. The Ballad of Narayama. Now, if this was the Shohei Imamura remake, I've seen that, but I've never seen this version, the original. So I'm going to put it in my watch list. The Pledge is also going into the watch list. I like Jack Nicholson a lot, though, so I will definitely seek that one out. Harakiri, the video I just uploaded. For me, I would agree with the hype for this one. This feels like such an incredible, special just fantastic film. I won't go too much into it because I literally just put a video up on this film. It's an S tier one for me. I would suggest that if you've never seen Harakiri but enjoy a samurai drama, Harakiri is one of the best. Diary of a Lost Girl. Someone on Letterboxd told me to give this one a watch. I haven't gotten around to it yet. So I plan on watching it at some point soon. It's on the watch list. With Neil and I. So if you know anyone who's British of a certain age, I can bet you they've seen With Nail and I, not just once, not just twice, but they probably quote it on the regular. This is such a key film in British comedy, and I suppose in the identities of British people of a certain generation. It is so fucking funny, you know. Richard E. Grant and Paul McGann just have this effortless chemistry that is also really abrasive. Like, they could be at each other's necks, and it's just an extension of their affection towards each other. It is such a chaotic movie with just incredibly quotable lines. I'm putting it in A tier. I really love this film. Heart of Glass, Werner Herzog, one of my all-time favourite filmmakers, with such a strange film. I did a video on this not too long ago, maybe last year actually, and it's a very hypnotic, mesmerising film where the cast is supposedly hypnotised as they're performing, so everyone's got this laid-back, restrained, very mellowed way of delivering their lines. I don't think you'd have seen anything quite like it. It is hypnotic. It's not my favourite Werner Herzog film, and I think it's probably an acquired taste because it's quite... I don't like using the descriptor slow, but it is quite slow, and gloriously so, but I think if you're new to Werner Herzog, this would be quite a difficult one to get into. I am going to place this in B tier. Army of Shadows, Jean-Pierre Melville. I need to rewatch this one. I'm going to plan on binge watching a bunch of his films again. I remember enjoying it. Anything about resistance fighters facing off fascism, it's going to win me over. It really will. But yeah, watch list it is. Oh, actually, rewatch. I have to remember my own rules for this bloody thing. So this looks like Through a Glass Darkly, I think. And I saw this for the first time recently, and it feels like a psychological horror film to me. It's really quite distressing, watching this woman's mental stability just disintegrate. I don't want to give too much of it away if you've never seen it. It goes into some very dark, distressing moments. But yeah, this is essential Bergman. S tier. Oh, okay. Here's one of the first problematic ones, is Triumph of the Will. For those not in the know, it is a Nazi propaganda film, directed by Leni Riefenstahl, who, So the reason why this will be on Roger Ebert's Great Movies list isn't necessarily any political alignment with the fascism and Nazism in this film, because, no way, But this is a very influential piece of propaganda cinema because it was very effective at the time. And when you look at, if you ever see it, I saw it in film school, so a good 10 years ago now, but if you ever see it, a lot of the images, the uniformity and the marching, it's so intimidating and so evocative and hits you viscerally in this way that's, I suppose it's quite nightmarish actually. This film has inspired, you can see touches of it in films as varied as Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, even The Lion King. You know that scene where what are they? The hyenas are marching and Scar sings. Yeah, any sort of grand sweeping epic where there's armies and armies of bad guys in such clean uniformity is very Triumph of the Will coded. This is not a film I would watch for pleasure. If you're interested in film history, you will probably encounter it at some point. It's a very disturbing film, I suppose, with how it romanticizes such an awful historic force of evil. It's not one to watch for pleasure, and so it's going to go into my avoiding category. Even though I have seen it for a class, I couldn't recommend it, and I don't feel right giving it a light-hearted ranking. That's all. Whatever Happened to Baby Jane? This is a good one. This is, if you've not seen this is like pure flamboyant camp, but also genuinely quite unsettling. Betty Davis and Joan Crawford hated each other's guts, but they have like such a genuine back and forth that is so gripping in this thing. I'm torn between A and B tier. It's genuinely special, this film. I'm going to place it in A tier. This is another one that people still quote to this day. The Enigma of Caspar Hauser. This is one of my favourite Herzog films. It's going in S tier. I did a video on... No, did I do a video? No, I don't think I did do a video on this one, actually. I want to do a video on this one. Yeah, Herzog does modern myth-making once again. If you don't know about Caspar Hauser, the legend is he was a young boy raised in isolation, forced into the world, not able to speak, not understanding the outside world. I mean, we look back on this now and it's likely to have been a hoax, but Herzog treats it with such conviction and sincerity that there's a lot of genuine, gentle kindness and wisdom in his film about this event. And it's led by one of his favourite outsiders, Bruno S., who just has such an endearing eccentricity about him. We'll probably mention him later on because I know another film he's in is in this list. But yeah, if you've never seen the Enigma of Caspar Hauser, you definitely have to, if you're into Werner Herzog. Blade Runner, Final Cut. This is solid neo-noir, cyberpunk filmmaking. Maybe one of the best cyberpunk films out there. I love the miniatures work, the practical effects, how distinctly grubby it all looks. But then I think what Ridley Scott does quite well here is, if you've read the original Philip K. Dick book, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? I love Philip K. Dick, but I think he can be quite dry, quite isolating. And what Ridley Scott does cleverly is he transforms this story into a very humanising, empathetic expression about what it means to be human. It's quite emotional. There's that beautiful speech Rutger Hauer gives towards the end, and it's an awe-inspiring film, isn't it? It's an A tier for me. If you've not seen Blade Runner, yeah, check it out. Killer of Sheep. This is one I want to see. I've not had the chance to see this one yet, and it seems I prefer to get films physically if I can, and Killer of Sheep I think is one of those ones that's just not available physically anymore over here, so sadly it's on the watch list until I can see it. Babel, I haven't seen this, but I know I should, so it's on the watch list. Again, sorry if I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation here. Moulade or Moulade. I haven't seen this, but I have seen the director's other film, Black Girl, and I loved that. I want to do a video on that, and I recently picked up some of his other films too, so hopefully I'll get around to seeing those. But yeah, this one I don't have a copy of at all yet. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. A modern classic of the rom-com genre, I suppose. But it's quite psychological, it's quite metaphysical, really clever, really, really funny in an offbeat way. I really wish Jim Carrey made more films like this, because when he can do offbeat comedic drama, I think his performances can be quite special. I also like Man on the Moon, for what it's worth. Yeah, I need to rewatch this, but I remember it very fondly. I remember it's very endearing, very, very touching. Yeah, I'll put it in B tier for now. Diva. So I haven't seen this, but I know it's by the same director as Betty Blue. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Betty Blue, but I hope that when I get around to seeing Diva, I'll enjoy that more. Vengeance is Mine. I saw this years ago. It's Shohei Imamura. I don't think I remember too much about it, so it's going to go on the rewatch list. After Hours. Okay, I did a video on this earlier this year. I love After Hours. It's such a strange screwball comedy. I'm not going to go too much into details. I do have a video on this, so yeah, if you want to know specific thoughts, check out my video, or if you follow me on Letterboxd, I think I reviewed it on there too. This, for me, is an A tier. Just solid, great Scorsese film. 25th Hour. So, I saw this years ago. It's not my favourite Spike Lee film, but you know what? It's going to go on a rewatch list. My memory's vague on it. I remember liking Edward Norton a lot in it, and I suppose that's all I remember. Chimes at Midnight. That's on the watch list. Someone told me to see that recently, actually. I love Orson Welles, so I need to get around to it. The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. Yeah, I'm not a John Wayne fan, sadly, but I love James Stewart. I feel like this one should go on the watch list. I do love a great Western. Yeah, so John Wayne I don't have high expectations for, but maybe I'll enjoy that when I get around to seeing it. Next, Contact. So I really liked this one. I saw this for the first time, I think, last year. And it's just such a comforting story about, I suppose, about loss, about the connections we make, about family and love, but it's also about making contact with an alien race. And the visual effects on this thing, it's like, I think it came out in the mid to late 90s. So it's, I suppose, getting close to 30 years old. And the visual effects on this thing are just incredible. They've aged really beautifully. Apart from maybe one scene towards the end where we finally encounter... am I spoiling things here? I'll shush. But yes, generally, the effects are gorgeous in this thing, and it touches the heart. It's one of those ones that's sentimental, but it does sentimentality right. And I just love Jodie Foster, so I'm putting it in B tier. Departures, I need to see. It's on the watch list. Okay, so this is the first of one of the Looney Tunes films on Roger Ebert's great movies list, Duck Amuck. And this one's cool. I remember loving this one a lot as a kid, where Daffy Duck? Yes, Daffy Duck? Yes. Getting him mixed up with Donald Duck. No, not Donald. Daffy. Yeah, this one's really cool. Just really imaginative, very meta in a lot of its humour that I think maybe... No, I even as a kid, I think I appreciated it. Yeah, this is a solid B tier one. if you've not seen some of the Golden Age Looney Tunes cartoons, Duck Amuck's a good one. Smiles of the Summer Night, I haven't seen this one. This is one of the many Bergman films I haven't seen. He's got so many films to dive into. Ivan the Terrible, I haven't seen yet. I'm very sorry. I haven't seen that one yet, but I want to. Metropolis. Now, this is one I do want to do a video on. This is fucking cool. If you've never seen Metropolis, I think this was my first Fritz Lang film. And it's not a subtle film. It's pretty broad, pretty overt with its ideas on class division, on privilege, on exploitation. And I suppose that lack of subtlety might irk people, but I think also we have to consider this is quite an old film. It's silent era. This is a film where it was made in a period where they were still piecing together the language of cinema, and I think that also includes themes. And the themes in this are told so extravagantly, visually, that through imagery alone, it just hooks you in, you know? And what Fritz Lang does so well, he was one of the great genre filmmakers. It's such a thrilling film, too. It's sci-fi, there's crime thriller, it's just, yeah. Metropolis, it's a special one. It's not an S tier for me, but yeah, it's an important film. It belongs in A tier. Oh, this is one of those ones I couldn't quite think. Oh, before I continue, Patrick Grubble says, I've got to run to work, but just want to say thanks for the awesome videos. Keep up the awesome film recs. Very eloquent shit. Thank you. I'm sorry if I stumble over any words or mess up any pronunciations today. I usually follow a very strict script. I'm just going off the cuff today, but I always appreciate people's thoughts on what I do. I'm glad people enjoy what I'm doing. If this is the sort of thing you'd like to see more of, live streams like this, please let me know. And also let me know, this watch list we've got going on right now, this chunky lady, I need to know which ones would you recommend I check out that I haven't seen yet. I think that's a good thing to encourage me. Encourage me, which ones should I definitely make a priority in this list? So the next one is a film called Tender Mercies, which I haven't seen. I actually hadn't heard of before, but I like the sound of the premise, so I'm going to put it in my watch list. Same with Audette. Carl Theodor Dreyer. I need to watch this one. Veronica Voss. One of the Fassbinder films I haven't had a chance to see yet. Okay, so this next one I have done a video on, but I've had more than enough comments tell me that I fucked up the pronunciation for this. So please forgive me if I do it again. But this is Au revoir, les enfants. And this is one of my favourite Louis Malle films. It will break your heart. But it does it in a way that is so relatable. So for those not in the know, this is about an old boys' school during the time of the Nazi occupation of France, and we get a lot of relatable childhood friendships that grow, those cheeky moments of misbehaving, all of that wonderful relatable childhood stuff. And there's an element of semi-autobiography here as well, because I think it's based on one of Louis Malle's friends, and his friendship with him. But we also have to acknowledge that it's the Nazi occupation of France, and wartime France takes a toll on these children. I don't want to give away too much more. It breaks my heart every time I see it. It's an S tier. Just incredible film. Okay, next one is Hidden, and I think this is the only Michael Haneke film on here. One of my favourite directors, one of my favourite films. This might have been, actually, even, I'm quite biased, because this was my first film that I saw by Michael Haneke, and it just teases with what you can do with a film. It teases the form. Like, it opens with like a really long establishing shot of a home, and then you realise that it's characters watching a videotape, and from there on you get the sense this is not going to be your average crime thriller, I suppose, is maybe that's a simplification, because it's not quite just a crime thriller. This couple keeps getting strange messages in the post attached with weird videotapes that are filming the outside of their home. And as I won't spoil it specifically, but as you get further into the film, there's a lot there about how do you describe it? I suppose repressed memories. This is an S tier 1 for me. It's an incredible film. If you've never seen it before, you might never see anything quite like it. Yeah, I hope that if I cover more Michael Haneke films in the future, Hidden will be one of them. Mishima, A Life in 5 Chapters? Is it 5? Oh shit. A Life in 4 Chapters, sorry. Yeah, this is peak Paul Schrader. How many films can you think of that are both a biopic, but also an adaptation of the work of that person the biopic is about? I can't think of too many films like that. Maybe Todd Haynes' I'm Not There, but Mishima is just unlike anything else. A tier for me. It looks incredible. It's so metaphysical, and yet there's also, during the Yukio Mishima biographical elements based on events from his own life, there's this really respectful, thoughtful realism to it all too. Okay, The Hairdresser's Husband. I haven't seen this one. If it's one you'd suggest, please let me know. One Froggy Evening, another Looney Tunes one. Not my favourite one. I think this is my first C tier pick. Yeah, it's got some great gags in it, but yeah, especially the iconic, hello my darling, da, 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 which, yeah, we see spoofed so often. But personally speaking, just not my favourite Looney Tunes cartoon. Lost in Translation. This is one of those ones that took me a while to really get into. I had to watch it a couple of times, but the more I've seen it, the more touching I find it. It's the barriers between, I suppose, what we want and what we get, language barriers, but also the friendship boundaries, the romantic undercurrents of it all, just general disappointment in life and being glad we get the brief moments we get. It's a really touching, beautiful film. I think it's an acquired taste, I suppose. If you see Bill Murray attached to it at the time, I think people probably wanted it to be a more overt comedy, and it's just not that at all. I'm going to put it in A tier. It's a really beautiful film. Viridiana, Louis Buñuel. I hope I've pronounced his name properly. This is on the rewatch list. I saw it years ago, and I haven't seen it since. I don't remember a damn thing about it. I am planning to rewatch Louis Buñuel's films at some point in the future. My Man Godfrey. I need to watch it. I want to watch it. It sounds like it's a hoot. Werkmeister Harmonies, Bella Tarr. I think this is the only Bella Tarr film on here, actually. This is a rewatch. I saw it years ago. I need to refresh myself on this film, but it's also one I remember images from, like the giant whale. So I have to rewatch it, but I kind of hope I get to do a video on it in the future too. Barry Lyndon. Probably one of my favourite Kubrick films. It just looks exquisite, this film is just gorgeous. Every frame looks like a Renaissance painting. Ryan O'Neal is scandalous, an absolute bastard, but also there's There's this sort of suave humour and just this underlying overcompensation. It's just incredible, this film. Barry Lyndon is just peak Kubrick. It really is. Next we've got Exotica, which I've never seen, but I've heard I've heard it's very, very good. So I look forward to getting around to it at some point. Next is The Only Son, Yasujiro Ozu, which I have seen, but a very long time ago. It's one of those ones I just don't remember that much about. Thief of Baghdad, it's on the watch list. I actually bought this on Blu-ray not too long ago. I remember ages ago one of my patrons suggested it, and I think I picked up the version with Douglas Fairbanks, but they were talking about the Michael Powell remake. So, I mean, a happy coincidence, I suppose, but also I am aware of the Michael Powell version, and I want to see that too. Werner Herzog's Nosferatu. This is fabulous. I mean, yeah, how often do you get a film that's a remake of a classic while also being an adaptation of the inspiring source material and being so good that it informs the Gothic aesthetic for decades later? It's just gorgeous. This film, Isabelle Adjani, is just so elegant, so thoughtful, but also there's that, like, if you've ever seen Possession anyway, she can do wide-eyed madness, but her sense of madness in this one is something much more restrained and more nuanced, and just so just wonderful. Klaus Kinski is so chilling with so little. Like, he can do these excessively aggressive performances, but Nosferatu is so withdrawn and internal. It's just beautiful performances all around. Nosferatu is essential for anyone into Gothic filmmaking. It really is. Senso. So, yeah, I'll admit right now I haven't seen many of Luchino Visconti's films. I haven't seen any of them, which is a disappointment because I think there's a couple of them on this list, and I know I want to see them at some point. I've just not gotten round to it, and so it's on the watch list. I plan on doing that at some point. I want to see The Damned. I want to see The Leopard. I want to see Rocco and His Brothers. But yeah, I'll get round to it eventually, I hope. Stagecoach, another John Wayne film, I think, with John Ford as the director. I should see it. It's cinematic history. I haven't seen it yet. Man with the Movie Camera. I love this film. It's not necessarily a film you watch for entertainment, but this is a film that establishes so much of, like, the tricks and the language of cinema that would follow in the century afterwards. The premise is literally just a day in the life of a Russian city, but all of the sights we get to see and how they're shown with such fabulous camera trickery. Even now, like, I sort of wonder, how did they achieve that shot? And it's like, literally, it will just be the camera operator rolling the camera while stood behind a tripod in the most precarious locations. And it's just, in a way, it's a bit death-defying. It's only about 60 minutes, I think. So if you're interested in the history of cinema, Man with the Movie Camera, incredible film. If you can't find a film score that you're particularly keen on for that one, I think you could probably just pair it really well with some of your favourite albums. Yeah. Pink Floyd The Wall. Okay, cool. This one's a cool one. I did a video on this years ago when I was starting out on the channel. And yeah, I love this. It's a neat film. There's not... I can't think of any other concept albums that get a film adaptation like this. And it's so allegorical and so rich in visual metaphor, but also experimentation, the way it hops between live action and flashbacks and animation. The animation's just gorgeous in this thing. And then there's also an element of surrealist social commentary, like the rise of racism under Thatcher is in here, the superficiality of nationalism. It's a pretty fabulous film. I think you need to see it, definitely. I'm putting it in A tier just because I don't think it's, in terms of what's on this list, it's not in my top favourite tier, but I would easily still recommend it. Even, I think it helps if you're a Pink Floyd fan. The lyrics are where the storytelling really unravels, I suppose, as well. Richard III. I haven't seen this one, but I do love Ian McKellen. I love Shakespeare, so I'm missing out by not having seen this yet. I plan on seeing it though. I do. A BFI, British Film Institute, have a Blu-ray edition that I want to pick up soon. Souls for Sale. I haven't seen this one. This is one that I discovered while going through this list. Shadow of a Doubt. This is one of my favourite Hitchcock films. It's, the chemistry between niece and uncle and the dark revelations in store for the story. This is just fabulous stuff. It's maybe not the most technically impressive of Hitchcock's films, but I'm going to put it in S tier. I think it's so exciting each time I watch it. What's this one? Rio Bravo. I've never seen this. Again, it's John Wayne, isn't it? I need to see it. I promise I do actually like Western films. I just have a hesitancy with John Wayne. I really do. So this next one, I can't quite read this one. I know it's a Robert Altman film. Give me a minute. I'll have to find this one on Google. I don't remember what this one is. Something Prairie Companion. Something... I promise I'm looking this one up. Some of these icons are just so small for me to read properly. And then some of the icons have the titles cut off too, which doesn't help anyone, does it? Okay, so let me have a look. This one is A Prairie Home Companion. All the effort to look it up, and I've never seen it. It just goes on the watch list. Robert Altman is a bit of a gap for me, I think, sadly. I want to watch more of his works. I just haven't gotten round to it. I've seen some of his films, and some of them I definitely need to refresh myself with. Next is The Red Shoes. Oh, I love The Red Shoes. Who doesn't love The Red Shoes? This is essential Powell and Pressburger. It just looks so just beautiful, gorgeous, sensual. Moira Shearer, absolute icon, you know. Incredible film. There's a beautiful ballet dreamy sequence that is just the stuff of peak cinema, I guess. The stuff of legend, that's what they say, isn't it? While I'm going through, Leon Dion, hello. Just waking up, saw this. I had to jump in and say thank you for the video. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy what I do. And thank you, Bertie. I'm glad you enjoy what I do too. I'm trying to check comments as I go along. I want this to be quite an interactive back and forth if I can keep up with that. So yeah, feel free to say hi and feel free to, again, let me know what films are in this watch list that you think I definitely need to check out. Next is, La Belle Noiseuse. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm so sorry to anyone French who has to tolerate my poor pronunciations. I haven't seen this one. I want to. Jacques Rivette is a filmmaker I'm very interested in. Celine and Julie Go Boating. I absolutely love that film, and I was shocked to find out it wasn't on this list. So yeah, I'm more than happy to dive into more Jacques Rivette at some point. In a Lonely Place. This is a cool one. This cool's not the right word. It's harrowing. It's frightening. I'm a big Bogart fan, actually. I love noir films. I love Bogart. He has, generally speaking, he has quite a unique sense of charm. That's, how do you describe it? He's a bit of a one of a kind, isn't he? He can be quite scathing, quite restrained. He can be a bit sly. But in A Lonely Place, he just plays a monster. For those not in the know, I think this is a film that quite subverts our expectation about what we come to expect when we're watching a noir film, where we expect a clean-cut answer to who's the criminal or how are we going to solve this mystery, and we don't quite get that in A Lonely Place. This really plays on women's fear of male violence, and I think even by today's standards, it's probably going to be a very distressing watch. I'm going to put it in S tier. It's a frightful film. Next we have Cabiria, and I have never seen this one, so it's on the watch list. Riley's Game, I haven't seen that one either. Yeah, I'm sorry to disappoint anyone, by the way, if the films I haven't seen are like super popular ones. I have no excuse. But Pan's Labyrinth, Guillermo del Toro. Happy belated birthday, Guillermo. Pan's Labyrinth is fabulous. This film, I love the way it empathizes with resistance members in the face of Franco-era fascism during the Spanish Civil War. It's got such an extravagant, imaginative depiction of fantasy that emphasizes this sense of like unreliable storytelling. Because is it grounded within the reality of this film, or is it all child's play? We never quite get the literal closure for that answer. Pan's Labyrinth is wonderful. I think Guillermo del Toro has better films, but yeah, I get why this one continues to resonate with people. I love it. Next we'll go into Come and See. Jesus Christ. Probably one of the most disturbing anti-war films of all time. And it's never even really gratuitous. Like, it's not wall-to-wall gore or anything like that. A lot of it is the psychological impact of war and war crimes. And I have done a video on this one. But yeah, one of the things you'll notice once you finish watching it is just how the protagonist, this 14-year-old boy, looks like he's aged by decades. Just scarred emotionally for life. It's an S tier one. Come and see. It's essential. I'm glad that this is a film that has this rising popularity, because these sort of films are essential to watch. The Circus. This is one of my favourite Chaplins. I think by today's standards, watching it with a modern eye, the use of real animals is maybe going to be quite distressing, because let's face it, animals in films at that time probably weren't treated very well. But The Circus, it's so funny. It's so imaginative in its visual gags. And Chaplin, I have a soft spot for, because he manages to inject so much tenderness and heart into his films. The Circus has this lovely ending that just emphasizes how selfless the tramp is. I'm going to put this in S tier. Hi Movie Juggernaut. I do have a Letterboxd. I know that's not very helpful right now because I haven't put it in the video description. I will include a link once this stream is over, and in fact, if you stick around, I'll probably bring it up in the tab as well. I hope that helps. It's literally just going to be my name, Olivia Bagshaw. I think the link is available on the channel homepage. If you look at the About Us and my essential links, my Letterboxd is in there. But yeah, I use Letterboxd quite a lot. Next time I do a stream, I will make sure to include the Letterboxd link. I'm still new to streaming, so it's all trial and error for me at this stage. I think this one's The Long Goodbye, and I haven't seen this one. I know it's quite a big film, isn't it? Long Goodbye, quite popular. So I'm not doing myself favours by not having seen it yet. What's Opera Doc? This is the final of the Looney Tunes cartoons that Ebert considered great movies, and yeah, this is fabulous. It's a genuine opera epic, and it gave us Bugs Bunny in drag. She looks gorgeous. If you're watching it with a modern eye, if you're trans like I am, maybe you identify with her in the sense of she's very trans femme coded. Yeah, this is an A-tier one. It's iconic. Just fabulous animation. Ace in the Hole. Yeah, great Billy Wilder film. I think this was the first film I ever saw of Kirk Douglas in, and he is an absolute bastard in it. But it hooks us in, and it snowballs into this irreversible, I suppose an irreversible tragedy, yeah, with this man who's stuck in the cave, and Kirk Douglas, he's desperate for the perfect scoop. I don't want to say any more. It's incredible. You need to see Ace in the Hole. I'm going to put it in A tier because there's Billy Wilder films I prefer over this one. But yeah, it's so suspenseful. Night Moves, I need to see. I know of it. I also know I need to see it. The River is off in the watch list. Chop Shop, I hadn't heard of this one before. I think it's an Indian film. I think. Yeah, this one's new to me, so I'll put it on my watch list. Leon Morin Priest, I have seen. This is Jean-Pierre Melville, but I need to rewatch it. It's been a while. As I've said before, I want to do a Jean-Pierre Melville rewatch, a binge watch of the films that I've seen so far. But I do remember Emmanuel Riva being just gorgeous in this, just such a subtle performance. Cat People. So, yeah, this is... If you want a subtle horror film that really plays more on shadows than showing us any actual creature, this is like the classic low-budget horror. And for those in the know, there's also that incredible Luton bus sequence, which might be the birth of the jump scare. This is 1940s. And it's so suspenseful. It builds up our anticipation and then cuts with such a drastic shock. But also there's a sense of relief that it's not what we assumed it was. Yeah, Cat People's fabulous. I'll put it in A tier. It's still got a genuine sense of dread. It's quite restrained. It's maybe not going to have the same impact as more, maybe more modern horror films. But yeah, Cat People deserves its reputation, its recognition. Another Luchino Visconti film, sadly, I haven't seen. Rocco and His Brothers. Mephisto, I haven't seen this one either, sadly. I want to. So this one is... oh, God, what's this one called? It's spring, summer, autumn, winter and spring. Kim Ki-duk. I haven't seen this. I bought a couple of Kim Ki-duk DVDs recently, and I've slowly been going through some of them in my backlog. I saw Mobius, which I did not like whatsoever, and then I saw Free Iron, which I actually kind of love. So this one would be the next on my list. Pale Flower, I need to see this one. Winter Light. This one's brutal. This one's so brutal. A man losing his faith, and he passive-aggressively takes it out on those closest to him. So drenched in isolation and misanthropy, this film. It's S tier. It's like... It's so harrowing, so dreadful. And it doesn't ignore the consequences of that misanthropy on the people around us either. It has some bleak consequences. That's all I'll say. Sancho the Bailiff. I want to see it. It's a Mizoguchi film again, isn't it? So sadly, I haven't seen that one yet. The Killing. Another Stanley Kubrick classic. Yeah. I think he directed this one in his 20s. And it shows so much confidence. So much, yeah, just such a key eye for suspense. Yeah, The Killing. You've got to see it. I think it might be public domain, so you might be able to watch it on YouTube if you haven't got the means to see it through DVD or what have you. Next, Johnny Guitar. I want to see this one. I do. I've heard it's a very unique Western. And I quite like Joan Crawford, actually. So I'll have to seek that one out. Next is Kurosawa's Red Beard. This, I love Red Beard. This is like maybe his great humanist epic. Toshiro Mifune, legendary actor, is this rundown clinic. An arrogant young doctor who's being assigned a job there reluctantly, but gradually learns that he won't get rich here, but what he will do is he learns the meaning and the merits behind supporting others, selflessness. There's just incredibly tragic, beautifully told backstories in this thing. It's a 3-hour film, but I don't think it feels like 3 hours, depending on how you feel about these types of stories. And there's one storyline in it with a young boy who he comes from a poor background and is known for stealing things, and it just tugs on my heartstrings. I don't want to give too much away, but if you've never seen Redbeard and you like Akira Kurosawa's films, I think you definitely should give it a shot. Toshiro Mifune, that's all I need to say. Icon. Okay, from what's this? From Clio 5 to 7. I need to rewatch it. I love Anna Zvada. I love her work. This is one I haven't seen in a very long time, and I need to refresh myself on it. Is this called The Best Years of Our Lives? I haven't seen this one. Samurai Rebellion. Another Masaki Kobayashi film. This is on the watch list because actually I don't think this is in print in the UK at the moment. I kind of hope someone like Criterion or Eureka or one of these boutique Blu-ray companies we have over here puts it out so I can pick it up physically and just watch it because it sounds like something I would really enjoy. Badlands. Not my favourite Terrence Malick film, but this one, this establishes that hypnotic style of his, doesn't it? And Martin Sheen, Sissy Spacek have a really endearing charisma. They're basically fugitives on the run, young fugitives on the run, lovers on the run. And it's maybe one of my favourite films within that trope. Yeah, there's some really beautiful imagery in this thing. I'm putting it in A tier just because I don't know if there's any other Terrence Malick films on this list, but there's other films by him I do prefer. Like, I loved The Tree of Life, and I know that's a polarizing one. I loved The New World, the Thin Red Line. I loved Days of Heaven. Badlands I love as well, but maybe not to the same extent. The Great Dictator. Yeah, this is classic. It's still hilarious. It's a comedic takedown of fascism. How better to criticise the Nazis than with jokes that make them look like fools, you know? There's that just incredible, iconic speech towards the end that is awe-inspiring. And yeah, it's such a daring film for the time period. But even now, when you have a look at the rise in fundamentalism and fascism and dictatorships in the world, The Great Dictator never fully loses its importance, does it? It's a wonderful film. The Last Temptation of Christ. So, I love this film. I don't watch many faith-based films, but this isn't really your regular Christian drama, is it? It humanizes Jesus and portrays him as a very flawed man, and it steers towards some very darkly apocalyptic images regarding lust, temptation, and I suppose, without giving too much away, that finale as well. Willem Dafoe, just hypnotic. I could watch Willem Dafoe in anything and he'll always be gripping. And Harvey Keitel too, as Judas. He's just, fabulous film. Peak Scorsese. Next is The Silence. And again, Bergman devastates us with a film about isolation, about sibling resentments, about missed opportunities, about, I suppose, the death of relationships. It's heavy stuff. It's devastating. It's not a film I would watch often for funsies. Is maybe the simplest way I could put it. The Silence, Winterlight, and Through a Glass Darkly form the Faith trilogy, where it's different stages of people losing faith in either their religion or maybe their faith in other people, and it's a heavy going experience. If you love Bergman and what he does, then yes, you should see those films too. My Fair Lady, I need to see this. I want to see this so much because I love musicals. And it's Audrey Hepburn, I think, isn't it? I think. She's just gorgeous and everything. Oh God, what's this one? It's a Dusan Makaveyev film, and I can never remember the bloody title. Give us a second. I'm going to try and search it. Okay, WR, Mysteries of the Organism. Some people might have recognised that from the image alone, that small little icon, but I couldn't read the title properly. I can just make out WR. I've never seen this. I did a video on Sweet Movie. It could be a couple of years ago now. And that's not a film I would recommend, but I'm very curious to see what else Dusan Makaveyev has done, One of my, I suppose, scant connection is a friend of a friend. When Dusan Makaveyev was alive, a friend of a friend would interview him regularly for her university. And he just sounds like a fascinating person. I feel like I'm missing out by not having seen more of his works. Mystery Train, one of the few Jim Jarmusch films I haven't seen yet. I can't remember how many Jim Jarmusch films are on this list, if any others. Mystery Train I need to see. I believe it's got Joe Strummer in it, so already it's cool in my books. This one is, I think this one's called My American Uncle, and I haven't seen it yet. I'm curious about it. Okay, so El Topo, or El Topo, depending on your pronunciation, I suppose. As some of you will know, I did a video on this quite recently. So I'll try not to linger on this for too long. There's some very problematic words that Jodorowsky said surrounding this film. This is maybe the closest he gets to bringing the ideas and aesthetic of the panic movement to cinema. His colleague Fernando Arrabal did more films that you could classify strictly as panic movement films, but I suppose that's a topic for another day. El Topo, I just think it's so unpredictable, even though I've seen it quite a few times now. Some of the images are just so rich in originality. I think I'm going to put this in S tier. It's such an important piece of alternative Western cinema. And anything that's an alternative Western, that's a postmodern Western or a subversion of the Western genre, it's going to hook me in. Next is An Autumn Afternoon, I think. Yasujiro Ozu. I haven't seen this one, but I have it on Blu-ray. I've seen some of the images in it, and it just looks looks gorgeous. I need to get around to seeing it soon. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, a classic. I mean, again, I did a video on this. I'll try not to dwell on it too much. It's such an enticing mystery. The prototypical psychological horror film. Great set design. Incredible shadow work. A fabulous twist that, yes, you probably can see coming nowadays, but only because so many other films have copied it. You know, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari it's wonderful. It really is. Okay, this is a cool one. The Match Factory Girl, Aki Kaurismäki. I haven't had a chance to talk about Aki Kaurismäki on the channel before, but The Match Factory Girl I saw quite recently. I think it's probably going to be an acquired taste. Even though it's only about 60 minutes long, it's a very darkly, subtly comic film. Like, I wouldn't say it's an outright comedy, but the gentle observations and gestures in this film have this sort of lingering humour about them. I don't want to give anything away about this. If you're interested in these... I suppose the best comparison I could think of is if Michael Haneke did more comedies, dark comedies. The Match Factory Girl would fit within that. I don't want to give anything away. I would just say seek this one out. It's a lonely young woman who sort of gets taken advantage of within every facet of her life. And it sort of snowballs from there. It is funny. I promise it is, if you have that sense of humour. Make Way for Tomorrow. I saw this for the first time this year. And this feels like, without this film, we probably wouldn't have Tokyo Story. And it's the sort of film that just makes me want to hug my parents more, you know? Anything about selfless people falling on hard times in a period where maybe their efforts are underappreciated, or maybe they don't fit in anymore. It's a gentle heart tugger. The Shining. This is a horror classic, isn't it? This is one that I think I watch every year around this time of year, you know? The way it has this lingering mystery that's so, like, insoluble. Like, there's so many aspects of this film we'll never quite get the full answers to. Especially that final photograph, you know the one. And then the interpretations and theories surrounding this film are kind of fascinating in themselves. Like, the significance of all the Native American iconography in the film. You know, if you know Stanley Kubrick, you know he didn't do things by coincidence. Things are placed in there for a reason. And you could theorize about The Shining for years and years. And we know that because people have. So I'm putting it in A tier. It's a special one, I think. This one's hard to see, I think, but it's Inherit the Wind. And I haven't seen it yet, but I know it's meant to be a good one. So on the watch list it goes. The next one, I'm maybe not going to say the title of it at risk of the YouTube algorithm getting angry with me. I haven't seen this one. I hadn't heard of this one before. I'm going to see if I can find a copy on DVD somewhere and give it a watch. Woodstock. This is one I want to see. I love a great concert film. I've heard Woodstock's good. I haven't seen Woodstock, but I suppose as a side note, if you love a good concert film too, I would easily recommend Monterey Pop Festival. That is just a fabulous experience. So many great artists, so many great performances. Otis Redding in particular, and Jimi Hendrix. You know, Jimi Hendrix setting his guitar on fire. So exciting to watch, even today. Next, we have... Oh, okay, so this is a film... I can't read the poster, it's too small. This is another one now I hadn't heard of before. Sunday in the Country. And looking at some of the reviews, it's kind of a mixed bag from the sounds of things. I'll have to see it at some point, I suppose. I'm curious about it enough. Raise the Red Lantern. I haven't seen this one, but I have seen some of the director's later works. I enjoy them, but I've never seen some of his earlier works. For those not in the know, I hope I get the pronunciation right. It is directed by Zhang Yimou, or Yimou. I hope I got that pronunciation right. I probably didn't. Forgive me. But he directed The House of Flying Daggers. He directed Hero. And there was another film, a movie film he did, actually, about the restoration of a propaganda film. God, what was it called? I saw it recently, and I thought it was very good. 1 Second. That's the one. It was on Mubi. 1 Second's a neat film. Okay, so the next one is Nanook of the North. This is another one of the problematic titles. For those not in the know, this is a silent documentary about Inuit people, their routines, their hunting schedules, building igloos, family dynamics, stuff like that. Except it's not really a documentary, is it? Because so many of the sequences and events in this film were staged to make the subject matter more interesting. And in a way, you could source this as modern myth-making, but it also may be an example of early misinformation in cinema, because a lot of the staged imagery in this film ended up inspiring stereotypes around the Inuit and Eskimo people. So it's a problematic one, really, when we look back at it. But as a film, I think it stands on its own merits. I think it's quite an engaging film. There's some spectacle in this film that is quite enticing to watch, quite alluring, even if it's false, even if it's fictitious. I wasn't bored watching this one. It's not a film I necessarily love, but I have a sort of admiration for it. So I'll put it into C tier. I don't think it's a dreadful film, but I think it's worth acknowledging the issues surrounding it. Oh, okay, another problematic one. Crimes and Misdemeanors, Woody Allen. I haven't seen this one. In a way, Woody Allen's one of those filmmakers. If I don't know if I'll do it at any point soon, but I think I'm interested in making a video about the extent we can separate the art from the artist, and Woody Allen is an example of that. Depending on how you view certain allegations surrounding him, some of his films can be quite uncomfortable to watch in hindsight. I'll put it on the watch list because I'll admit peak Woody Allen films I do enjoy. We'll get around to another one later in this list, but Crimes and Misdemeanors is not one I've had a chance to see yet. Three Colours Blue. I'm a bit surprised the whole trilogy is not on here, actually. This is one I'm planning to rewatch soon. So, in the rewatch it goes. Fireman's Ball. This is such a funny film. This is so good. When I was diving into the Czech New Wave a few years ago, I saw this for the first time. And it's again, it's not one of those... It's not particularly long. It doesn't overstay its welcome. But it snowballs into chaos really quite fast. And yeah, it's just... It's raucously funny. I'm putting it in A tier. Next is it's Breathless, Jean-Luc Godard. Not my personal favourite Godard film, but I saw it recently and it's pretty special. I would like to do a video on this at some point in the future. It's the popularization of the jump cut, the fragmentary form of storytelling. What I really liked is the chemistry between the central couple, a man on the run from the police, a cop killer, and an aspiring journalist. And you can see that although there's this sort of tantalizing sexual desire they have for each other, there's also this incompatibility. They are two drastically different people, and there's only so long you can try and force this dynamic to keep working until it just doesn't. It's a fascinating little film. It's, I suppose, also for a lot of people might be one of the coolest films out there. It's an A tier for me. Unforgiven. I haven't seen this one. I actually quite like Clint Eastwood as a director, at least his best works, but Unforgiven's not one I've had a chance to get round to seeing yet. I hope I can remedy that soon, because I've only heard amazing things about Unforgiven. 12 Angry Men. Is this a film that everyone likes? It has to be, right? Each time I watch it, it still manages to pull the rug from under me. It's instantly gripping. It's who would have thought a jury session, debilitation in a single room could be so fascinating, and yet it is. Each juror is their own distinct personality with their own motives and their own set of beliefs. The way they clash, the way these specific revelations come forward. I still think of the moment that Henry Fonda pulls out the knife. It's such a fucking great rug pull moment, isn't it? It's like everything you had assumed about this defendant has now been skewered. It's great. 12 Angry Men, just, yeah, S tier. Come on, who doesn't love 12 Angry Men? I mean, if you don't, that's fine, obviously. You know, to each their own. But generally speaking... John Huston's The Dead. I haven't seen this one. I actually hadn't heard of this specific film before. But I love Angelica Houston, so I'll have to seek it out. Fanny and Alexander, one of the Bergman films I haven't had chance to see yet. But this image, the British Film Institute release, I recently picked that up actually on Blu-ray, because I only ever had the 3-hour DVD version, and the BFI version includes the 5-hour version, so I can treat myself to that one weekend. Paths of Glory, peak Kubrick, surely. I mean, this is a film to make you angry. I mean, great anti-war message, as well as a dismantling of the corruption of power-hungry, privileged, powerful men who make other people do their dirty work. I love this film. I do. I suppose it's a real humanist film about injustice. Paths of Glory, incredible. The Last Picture Show, I need to see this one. I want to get the Criterion Blu-ray at some point, but until then it will sit comfortably on the watch list. Jules and Jim, this is one of my favourite Francois Truffaut films. I don't want to give too much away. I did a video on this years ago when I was first starting my channel. The dynamic here, it's such an authentic display of friendship that gradually becomes a love triangle, that gradually snowballs into something else. Yeah, I don't want to give too much away, but it will charm you and then break your heart. The Colour Purple. This is one of Spielberg's best, isn't it? Really. I don't even know off the top of my head if Whoopi Goldberg has done a performance that matches this. I might be wrong. Tell me if you have a favourite Whoopi Goldberg film that I'm missing out on. Let me know. But yeah, The Colour Purple, it's just incredible character study. Amarcord. I'm going to rewatch this soon. No, you know what? I remember this fondly. I can rank this properly. This semi-autobiographical, warm, nostalgic, funny, a bit dirty, a bit lewd. At the time of rising fascism, a reflection on Fellini's childhood and small-town upbringing. I think I'm going to put this in A tier. There's Fellini films I prefer, but yeah, Amarcord is pretty fabulous. Alien, another one for Halloween, isn't it? Really, this is one of those ones that we watch regularly. I watch it regularly anyway. I rewatched this when I think just after I saw Alien Romulus, and it just ages like fine wine, you know. Anything with that dirty, grubby, gritty, analog technology in sci-fi, it's just so delicious. I can't get enough of it. And Alien does it brilliantly. And then the horror of the xenomorph, the coded sexuality of its design, you know, H.R. Geiger, there's a reason why it looks both phallic but also like a divine feminine being. It's great performances all around as well. Just a stellar cast. We're spoilt. Sigourney Weaver obviously is an icon, but then you get John Hurt, you get Harry Dean Stanton, you get Ian fucking Holm. He's incredible in this. The whole film being like this criticism of capitalist corporate greed, and how disposable the employees are. Really, if there's a horror film that tells you to unionize, it has to be Alien, doesn't it? This is maybe my favourite Ridley Scott film. It's an S tier. I watch it pretty regularly. You can't go wrong with it. I mean, maybe people prefer Aliens on in terms of popularity. Aliens is pretty fabulous too, but Alien, that's my bread and butter. Moonstruck. Oh God, I love Moonstruck. Great comfort rom-com with such an understanding notion of family inclusion, of forgiveness, of just a wonderful, quite, I suppose, initially quite eccentric romance that builds from the most unlikely source. Nicolas Cage, just wonderful in it. Cher, who, even if you're not a big Cher fan, I think you'd probably grow to like her because of Moonstruck. It's such a joyful film. The ending just fills my heart with joy. You know, it's an A tier. I'm going to say it, A tier. If you love a good, comforting film, Moonstruck, treat yourself. Blue Kite. I haven't seen this one, sadly. Steamboat Bill Jr. Buster Keaton. I love Buster Keaton. I love what I've seen of Buster Keaton. He, you know, some of his work is so death-defying, isn't it? Yeah, Steamboat Bill Jr. is really fun. I think I prefer the General and Sherlock Jr. But there's some iconic work in this as well, especially that storm finale where one side of the building falls not on top of Buster. He's positioned, isn't he, in the window frame, just in the right point so the building misses him. And that has just been mirrored in so many movies and TV shows since. Maybe most famously in Freddy Got Fingered. So I'm going to put this in A tier, actually. Yeah. Strozek, another Werner Herzog film, and the second film starring Bruno S. And this one is an absolutely heartbreaking piece about isolation, division. But there's also that dry Werner Herzog humour. I wouldn't call it a comedy, but it's like this recognition of irony within the film that I think would probably be quite amusing to Werner Herzog himself, but also it amplifies just how out of their league this group of friends are when they move to America. The irony, I suppose a key irony in the film, is how they're struggling to communicate with each other and what they want and need in this new search for the American dream, which reflects in their isolation, in the inability to communicate with other Americans because they don't really know much English. It's a devastating film. It's one of those ones that I think will just break your heart. I'm putting it comfortably in S tier because it's just, yeah, I don't want to give too much away. Devastating film. Oh, I didn't realise you said anything, Bertie. Yes, The New World is a film that zooms. Yes, I think so. There's like 3 different cuts of it, I think, and even like the 3-hour director's preferred version. I feel like it's such an immersive experience. You know, the time flies by for me. Oh, this one does not help me at all. I don't know what this one is. It's safe to assume I haven't seen it. It's not helping anyone. I wish some of these titles were more present in the icon, but whatever. We'll move on. Crumb. This is bleak. I mean, iconic comic book artist with some very traumatic family history, some very dark aspects of real life that not comfortable to uncover, I want to rewatch this, but I remember this fondly, as fondly as you can remember a film like Crom. It's dark. It's a bleak experience. I don't know how else you could really describe it. Forbidden Games. I haven't seen this one yet, sadly. I'll get around to it hopefully soon. How many films? Oh, God. Okay, there is an end in sight. Safety First. This is a rewatch. I remember seeing this in class back when I think I was doing my GCSEs. So a very long time ago, 15 years ago maybe. And I haven't seen it since, so it would be worth rewatching. Rashomon. I love this film. A great depiction of the unreliable narrator told from four perspectives. Toshiro Mifune, absolutely magnetic. Yeah, if you've never seen Rashomon, I have done a video on it. I hope the video's still up. I think it got restricted in quite a few countries, sadly. But again, if you follow me on Letterboxd, my review of Rashomon's on there too. S tier. Late Spring. This one I'm planning to rewatch sometime soon. It's another one that escapes my memory, but I have seen it just a very long time ago. Good, the Bad and the Ugly. Yeah, iconic, isn't it, really, this one? That fabulous showdown. The time flies by with this one. I'm going to put it in... I'm torn between A tier and S tier. S tier's looking a bit generous, so I'll put it in A tier. Yeah, Good, Bad and the Ugly. If you've never seen a Western before, you can't go wrong with that one. Not at all. Okay, The Battle of Algiers. I saw this recently, and this is such a fascinating, stimulating experience. Reflection on resistance in the times of occupation, and how acts of resistance just do not exist within a vacuum. It's always going to be a relevant film for as long as things like genocide, oppression and dictatorship and occupation endures. It's a powerful film. It feels so realistic. It's an S tier. If you love neo-realist cinema, The Battle of Algiers, peak. That's for certain. Taxi Driver. Another great misanthropic classic. Maybe the original Gamer movie. Who knows? Scorsese spoiled us with this one. With this and Paul Schrader's script as well. I mean, the reason this feels so genuinely resentful of the wider world is because Schrader really was in that dark place when he was writing it. There's an element of redemption towards the end, but the dark path that Travis Bickle walks, it's so indicative, I suppose, of like modern incel culture now, or I suppose the pipeline into fascism. That it feels too true to life, I put it in S tier. The Big Heat. I haven't seen this one, so I'll put it in my watch list. Forced. Is it Forced? Or is it? No, it's Faust, isn't it? Rewatch. I saw it ages ago, and all I remember was there's this great tracking shot over a range of miniatures that it was lovely, and in a very unexpected compliment, Emil Jannings has a great performance in it. I don't really want to talk about this man other than outside of the context of this film, so I'll rewatch it at some point. The General, come on, this is S tier. This is peak silent comedy. I feel like it's so thrilling to watch, even when the humour maybe feels tame at times. The pacing is just so electric. I feel like George Miller, when you look at Mad Max Fury Road, I feel like there's so much of the General in that film. It's a film that once it gets going, it does not let up, and it's so full of suspense, told with bright visual humour. Like it's so refreshing, even after all these decades, you know. Forgive my pronunciation. Touquet pas de Grisby. I haven't seen this, so it can sit in my watch list, and I will look it up later. Oh God, what is this one? Oh, I know this cover. It doesn't help that the title just disappears, does it? Let me have a look. It's a Mizoguchi film, so safe bet I haven't seen it. Is it... what is it? Is it The Life of... No, it's not The Life of Oharu. Sugar. What is it? Ugetsu. I haven't seen it. Or Ugetsu. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. No, sorry, I haven't seen this one. Mizoguchi. Safe bet I haven't seen it yet. Again, another one, I hope, forgive my pronunciation, or Hazard Balthazar. And this one is such an interesting, nuanced, emotionally in-depth film. I love the interpretation that Balthazar the donkey is the retelling of the story of Jesus Christ and his sacrifice, his crucifixion. But all the people surrounding him as well, I suppose it just reinforces it, because either they use him for their own gain, or they mistreat him, they misunderstand or ignore him. And within all of these people surrounding this donkey, there is so much flawed humanity. People making decisions that probably they'll regret later in life. Or maybe emotional hypocrisies. It's such a complex film that it's one of those ones you have to see a few times. And I think if you don't enjoy Robert Bresson's whole shtick of hiring non-professional actors to deliver these lines of dialogue, not as actors but as Bresson called them, models, without forcing any performance, it can create quite a cold, alienating, isolating experience. And if you're not on board with that whole approach to filmmaking, I could see this one being quite a tough watch, really. But I saw it recently and it worked wonders on me. It's a rather poignant, saddening drama. I adored it. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This is one of my favourite Nicholson performances. I mean, yeah, this is a classic, isn't it, of American cinema, yeah. S tier. One of the best antagonists in an American film as well. Louise Fletcher, Nurse Ratched. Someone who is not an outright villain, but you kind of don't like her. It's like, yes, fantastic film. I think I'm being quite generous to the S tiers. Maybe I just love a lot of things. This watch list is looking pretty chunky. The Gospel according to Matthew. I enjoy Pier Paolo Pasolini's work, but this is one of the films I haven't seen by him yet, so it can go in the watch list. Mean Streets, the film that I suppose establishes Scorsese as a dramatic filmmaker to watch, a filmmaker interested in subversive depictions of crime drama. Harvey Keitel is pretty engaging in this thing. It's not my favourite Scorsese. It's a much more restrained and I suppose more gently paced film. So I'm going to put it in B tier. It's still very good. The Manchurian Candidate. I haven't seen this. I've wanted to see it for a while though. Scarface. A classic of Hollywood, right? Modern Hollywood. Not my favourite Brian De Palma film, but the excess and it's kind of maximalist in how heightened the excesses in this thing. Tony Montana, this character who comes from nothing and then gradually gets it all, and it sort of spoils his outlook on the world, becomes bitter and corrupt, and just I suppose there's an element of a broad morality play in this thing, but yeah, it's incredibly exciting. It moves at such a quick pace. It doesn't have the Brian De Palma touches that I absolutely love, like in Blowout, where he has these really elaborate composite shots. But anytime this is on TV, I watch it, so it can fit snugly on B tier for me. The Leopard. I haven't seen this one. Again, Luchino Visconti. I'm sorry, I haven't seen it. I plan on watching it sometime. Jacques Tati, Mon Oncle. I did a video on this a while ago. I love this film so much. I don't think I can ever sing the praises of this film enough. It's so funny and inventive with its visual humour. The duality between traditional and modern ways of living on the cusp of a new technological age, reflected in a way that's both critical of the limitations of both, but also optimistic of what the future has in store. Like, it's a very kind comedy. Monsieur Hulot and his nephew have just such a lovely bond. There's a house in this film that Monsieur Hulot lives in that's just like the perfect dream dollhouse with all these strange corridors. This is a great, great comfort comedy. If you've never seen Jacques Tati, Mon Oncle is like, it would be my first recommendation for his work. Sunrise. This is a really reassuring, life-affirming one. It's a simple story of rekindled romance told just really splendidly, with all these great visual ideas, and it's like an exciting journey through the city from the perspective of people who just don't go into the city. It's optimistic. It's an optimistic film after overcoming a very dark opening. Yeah, this is maybe not my favourite from her now, but it's up there. A tier. Goodfellas. Another one that whenever it's on TV, I have to see it. I have to watch it. And I have to watch it from the beginning. This is just such snappy pacing. Just taut writing, and it hooks us in so well with this cast of characters that we really shouldn't be drawn to, and yet their successes are so tempting, and then we're reminded about why we probably shouldn't be drawn into these people. It's, yeah, fantastic movie. I'm gonna be a basic bitch and put it in S tier. It's I love it. I can't say anything else about it. Oh God, it's Birth of a Nation, D.W. Griffith. Okay, so acknowledging that just because it's on the great movies list doesn't mean that Roger Ebert shared the political values within this film. A romanticized epic on the perceived heroism of infamous race hate group, the Ku Klux Klan. This film is so racist that black people are portrayed as animalistic with white actors in blackface, and even decades later, the Ku Klux Klan would use this film as a propaganda recruitment tool. It is a horrible thing, this film. And the reason why it's on the great movies list is because it is a technical marvel. I think there's a documentary on Netflix called 13th by Ava DuVernay. And although that film's about mass wrongful incarceration of prisoners, there is a segment early on about Birth of the Nation, and from the voices of black film critics and writers and educators and academics, they discuss the significance of this film on cinema. This film, it came at a point when the language of cinema was in its infancy, and it told a multi-layered, sweeping epic with techniques that were new to filmmakers at the time. There's a lot of films that follow in the footsteps of Birth of a Nation that take clear influence from it. Again, like Triumph of the Will, the Star Wars, what's the other ones? Lord of the Rings, these, the mainstream epics, they borrow so heavily in terms of the language that was established or popularized in a film like Birth of the Nation. Again, if I do a film about, I think if I do a film about problematic historic titles, Triumph of the Will and Birth of the Nation would be in there as a historic context. These are not films I would seek to watch for pleasure, and that's why they earn their place in the avoiding category. They're not ones I am wanting to watch for my own recreational enjoyment. So next we have The Thin Man. I haven't seen this one, so it can go on the watch list. After Dark, My Sweet. This was one I hadn't heard of before, I don't think, so it can go on the watch list. It's kind of exciting to see how big the watch list is coming, because it's just a reminder of how much I still need to see and how much I have to look forward to. I'm going to go into this whole tier ranking thing with a lot of optimism about the films I haven't seen yet. So this one, the title doesn't show, but I know this is Rafifi, the Jules Dassin crime drama. And this probably has one of my favourite heists in any film. It is so methodical, so meticulous, so articulate. It's done with such attention to atmosphere and in mostly silence. And it is so clever and observant in how to break into a jewellery store. It's exquisite stuff. Rafifi, it has to be seen to be believed. Just, wonderful, wonderful film. This is another one that I couldn't quite figure out what it was from the poster alone, because the icon is so small, you see. It is the big red one. The big red one. I haven't seen this one yet. Samuel Fuller, he's another one that's a big gap in my film watching experience. I've only ever seen White Dog, so I know I have to delve into more of his works. Paris, Texas. Oh my god, this is a film that will warm your heart before it breaks it. I saw this for the first time this year. Harry Dean Stanton is just magnificent. If this film came out today, I feel like when you look at awards season in this day and age, it's much more forgiving towards independent dramas. And I feel like if Paris, Texas came out today, Harry Dean Stanton surely would get an Oscar nod. He's just so articulate in his emotional control. He gives such an exquisite, beautiful performance. I love it. It is the whole story about a man trying to repair what he broke. Just incredible. The Treasurer of Sierra Madre. I haven't seen this. I think it's another John Wayne film. I think. I'll have to seek it out. The Wild Bunch. I have seen this a very long time ago, so it can go in the rewatch pile. I remember it's a lot grittier than I expected. From a Western of that time. So yeah, it's I plan on rewatching it soon. This one is West Side Story. I love West Side Story. The way that the incredible original retelling of Romeo and Juliet as a musical, where youth gang violence is depicted in dance sequences, and it's so colourful and vibrant, and the songs are just classics after classics after classics. Rita Moreno's just outstanding in this thing. This is a wonderful, wonderful film that I think we have to acknowledge that in the present day has its problematic elements, where white people are cast as different races, like Natalie Wood playing as a young Latin American woman. And I think in terms of when we consider the significance of representation in casting, I can see that souring the experience for people. I am torn between this because it is a comforting film. It's a tragedy as well, but it's just an incredible experience. But I am also conscious that it might feel outdated to people. So I'm going to place it in B tier. I would still recommend it if you love a musical. The classic West Side Story it's deserving of its reputation. And actually, the Steven Spielberg remake was pretty darn good too. The Hustler, I haven't seen this yet, so it can fit on the watch list. The Man Who Laughs is one I'm planning to watch soon. Rebel Without Cause. This is like one of the classic teen young adult dramas for me. It's James Dean, he's just he draws you in so naturally. He's charismatic even in his trauma, and the central trio of him, Sal Mineo, and Natalie Wood, incredible casting of young actors. I don't want to spoil anything with it if you've never seen it before. This whole story about this teenager who believes he's only a bad influence. This sort of fatalistic, self-fulfilling prophecy of it all. It's a pretty devastating drama that never fails to astound me. You sort of hope every time you rewatch it that it ends up unfolding much differently than it does. Next is Cries and Whispers. So this one is just, this one's gonna ruin your day. The sibling resentment and misanthropy on stage here, all told during the sisters waiting for the sister just to die from cancer. It is so fucking bleak, but it's a fascinating one. It is so nuanced, and there's a sort of almost like a biblical tragic nature to it all, you know? Almost like this is just a tragedy that's inevitable for certain family dynamics. Incredible film. Cries and Whispers. If you are new to Bergman, that is maybe not the worst place to start if you want to get into some miserable filmmaking. The Age of Innocence, Martin Scorsese. I love this one. This is just such a resplendent, elegant, fabulous little film. Winona Ryder, Daniel Day-Lewis, Michelle Pfeiffer. The costumes are incredible. I would die to have one of those dresses. The setting, the locations, the performances, everything is just beautiful in this film, and it subverted what I assumed we would get from a romantic film. It has a really thoughtful conclusion. It's maybe not my favourite Scorsese. I think if you're not ready, if you're not sort of mentally prepared for it, it might feel really slow. But yeah, it's an A-tier one for me. Definitely. What's next? Howard's End. I haven't seen this. I'm missing out big time. I love Anthony Hopkins. James Ivory, I'm very interested in. Merchant Ivory Productions. I know I need to see more of. Yeah, it's on the watch list. So is Atlantic City. I think this one is. I haven't seen this one. I love the poster though. The sort of roller coaster in lights. Pichota. This is a film I did a video on last year. It's a Brazilian film, but it borrows quite a lot from the Italian neorealism. It feels so grounded and believable and just gritty, but it never sacrifices its empathy for the characters in it either. Like, you get a real sense of why young children, as young as our protagonist, Pichota, why they resort to such crime. And it's a very heartfelt, sad, empathetic drama. I also really respect that this has a very progressive portrayal of a trans girl in the film. If you get a chance to see it, it's a hard watch. It's a very hard one to get through, and it'll leave you unsettled. And I think even more devastating is the knowledge that the lead actor died at 19 years old, trying to secure a place in film acting, but never succeeding. Sadly, I think he resorted back to crime himself. There is so much tragedy within this film and without it as well. So yeah, S tier. It's fantastic. Dark City. I need to see this one. I've been very curious about this one for a while. Any sort of dreadful cyberpunk dystopias, I'm really fascinated by. I hope to watch it soon. Last Tango in Paris. This is probably one I'm not going to watch for pleasure. I may see it eventually, but I am not going to actively seek it out. And it's because there is a certain allegation I believe the actress has made about the production where she felt like she was being, how to phrase it in a way that doesn't upset the YouTube algorithm, exploited, I suppose, is the best way I can put it. So yes, it's not one I'm going to go out of my way to search for. Bob Le Flambeur. This is a rewatch. Jean-Pierre Melville night at Olivia's. Top Hat is on the watch list. I think Top Hat's the one that has the song Cheek to Cheek in it. I love that song so much. It's such a sweet, sweet song. So next we have Leaving Las Vegas. And I have a soft spot for misery films, I suppose. This one will ruin your day. Nicolas Cage goes all out. He's got that heightened excess that that's synonymous with Nicolas Cage performances. But it's really appropriately done here. It feels fitting because this is a man on a destructive path to his own end. And there's the element of codependency framed like romance, as if to say, yes, these two, they have no one else in the world, but also, yeah, these two have nothing else in the world. You know, shit is hitting the fan for these two. This is a really disturbing film. This is not a film I would recommend lightly, and if you are easily upset by sexual exploitation or the depiction of graphic sex, then this is maybe one that you could skip. But otherwise, this is a really powerful drama. I'm going to put it in A tier. Do you know, when Nicolas Cage, when he's good, he's fucking excellent. Next I have... What do we have to go through next? Let's have a look. Yojimbo. Okay, so in terms of Yojimbo and Sanjuro, I prefer Sanjuro. Yojimbo is still pretty exciting stuff. Like, if you don't know what Yojimbo is, it's Kurosawa telling what is basically the prototype of a Western film as the lone wanderer who's practically nameless, but he adopts the name Sanjuro as a pseudonym. He wanders into a town that's at war with itself, splitting to two factions, and he sort of tries to game the system, trying to get, I suppose, his own benefits from it, while also ultimately resolving the conflict with bloodshed. And it is an exciting one, but I think Sanjuro's leagues ahead of the Yojimbo. Toshiro Mifune, excellent as always, but this isn't my favourite Kurosawa. It's a B tier, and I'm probably underselling it actually. I know some people will view that as their favourite Kurosawa film, but yeah, until the day comes, I just feel sort of, yeah, it's good. That I just sort of feel polite towards it, I suppose. A Woman's Tale. I haven't seen this, but I love this poster artwork. If you see this poster artwork in full, it just looks just gorgeous. Anything with like thick painted brush strokes wins me over. Out of the Past, I haven't seen this, so on the watch list it goes. 5 easy pieces, I think this one is. Easy? Yeah. It's not always easy to tell from the quality of the icon, but this is a Jack Nicholson performance I like. This isn't my favourite of his output. There's some very touching nuance in this film about challenging negative first impressions, wanting more out of a humdrum life. Nicholson just exudes charisma in this thing. He's a bit of a slime ball, but he's a likeable chap to an extent, and it has a very memorable ending that feels very poetic. I'm going to put this in B tier. I think the pacing takes some time to get used to. And I've just never clicked with it in the same way I've clicked with other Jack Nicholson films. The Adventures of Robin Hood with Errol Flynn. I haven't seen this. It's on TV so often, so I really have no excuse. So next time it's on TV, I'll record it. Next we have JFK, which is, I'm assuming, is an Oliver Stone film just by name alone, but I've not seen it. Leolo, I've not seen. I hadn't heard of this one actually until I was going through the list. Okay, so next is Easy Rider, and this is a film. If I felt just okay with Five Easy Pieces, Easy Rider's one I actually don't like that much. I mean, I have respect for the work Nicholson has done. I have respect for the work Dennis Hopper has done. But I'm not interested in this biker odyssey about the American dream and the uncovering of this underworld of America. I've seen it before, and I don't know how else to explain it. I just can't connect with it. It might be a film I have to rewatch at some point, but I'm not actively going to plan a rewatch of it anytime soon. I'm sorry, Easy Rider is probably a really popular choice as well. I'm probably a bit of a contrarian for that one. Strangers on a Train. Great Hitchcock. Yeah. The dynamic is so uncomfortable. You kill my target, I kill your target. And yeah, there's just some fabulous moments of suspense here. I don't want to spoil it. Just watch it. It's incredible. I always think about the merry-go-round towards the end, but I don't want to give too much away. The Marriage of Maria Braun. I need to rewatch this. I'm planning on rewatching some Rainer Werner Fassbinder at some point, and that's the one I'm going to rewatch first because I haven't seen it in so long. Umberto D. Anything about people falling on hard times with a beloved dog. Always going to tug on my heartstrings. You know, it's so believable. It's so grounded. There's this just... I don't want to spoil it, but there's a specific sequence towards the end with a park that just breaks my heart, just knowing what might happen. I'm sure I can reassure a lot of people that with the dog does not die. So you're safe to watch this one. The Phantom of the Opera. This is a wonderful thing. I talked about this a little bit in my video on London After Midnight. And yeah, Lon Chaney's makeup work, his performance, just excellent. He clearly understood how to do subtle theatric actions, gestures, wonderful makeup work. The setting, the location design is so labyrinthine. It's quite a fascinating little film. I don't think it's a scary film by today's standards, but there's some very effective sequences in this thing. I'm going to put it in A tier. Kind Hearts and Coronets. This, I think, is the only Ealing film to be on Roger Ebert's Great Movies list, and I'm a bit disappointed by that because I preferred Lavender Hill Mob, I prefer The Lady Killers. I actually really liked Passport to Pimlico, and there's another one, Dead of Night, which is one of the only Ealing horror films. But Kind Hearts and Coronets is an excellent choice too. It's a really dark, morbid, sly, sardonic film where Alec Guinness plays multiple roles. It's so witty and clever. I'm going to put this in B tier, but not because I think it's necessarily a lesser film or anything. I just think in terms of Ealing's output, I would rate them higher, you know? Next we have... Did he enjoy himself? Yes, I don't think people acknowledge that Roger Ebert wrote what's it, Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Man had a spicy side to him. Sorry, I don't know when you made that comment, but I've just seen it now, and that's just made my day. That's so funny. Fitzcarraldo. Oh my god, yes. So, okay, Fitzcarraldo. Werner Herzog, peak Werner Herzog. Great entry point into the madness of Werner Herzog. The way this film is both a testament to human tenacity and stubbornness, the story of wanting to make an opera house in the jungle, but also the film is literally a documentation of such human madness and tenacity too. They pulled that boat up the fucking mountain. You know, they had all of these extras, all of these indigenous people and who were at risk during some of its more dangerous sequences. It's a film about human exploitation while also an example of being exploitative at times itself. And not to say Werner Herzog is necessarily an exploitation filmmaker, but if you see Burden of Dreams, you recognise how much he was trying to do with so little, when morale was sinking so low and so many dangerous things were happening on set. If you watch Fitzcarraldo, pair it with Burden of Dreams, it is just a magnificent experience, and I'm so glad it exists. It's fabulous. Klaus Kinski, his performance is so gripping, but it's that restrained form of internalized madness. He has some very heightened, eccentric moments, but he really does give a very masterful performance in that film. In Cold Blood, this is another one that's like so chilling and so cold and methodical. And there's some images in this film that I still think of, like the collecting of Coke bottles along the highway, or that shot of the rain reflected on one of the killer's face, where the raindrops look like tears as he's confessing his actions. Oh, yeah, In Cold Blood. Definitely see it. I want to do a video on it at some point in the future. I don't know when. Just sort of spitballing potential video ideas for the future. But yeah, this is In Cold Blood. See it. The Scarlet Empress, I think this is called. I need to see it. Marlene Dietrich, an icon. But I haven't seen this one. Don't Look Now. This is another one I did a video on years ago, so it's quite an old one. I'd probably do it differently if I made it today. This film always chills me. This is one that is another Halloween staple for me, but it's quite an unconventional thriller with the awful, traumatizing opening 5 minutes of Donald Sutherland losing his daughter, and then the gradual rekindling of a marriage, and the search around the claustrophobic streets of Venice, because he's having these visions, or he thinks he's having these visions of his daughter. And there's so much there about clinging to hope for the afterlife, I suppose trying to reclaim something that once was, that never comes back, whether that's love, that's marriage, or your daughter. Grief is just devastating in this thing. If you've never seen Nicholas Roeg before, he does a very unconventional, fragmenting way of telling his stories. Don't Look Now, I think it's maybe one of his more accessible films, and I'd easily recommend it. Santa Sangra. Sangra? I kept fucking up the pronunciation for this when I recorded the video I did on it. So please forgive me for this one. Santa Sangra is... Yeah, this is such a heartfelt film from Jodorowsky. He usually makes quite irony-laden, surreal fantasies, and Santa Sangha sort of has that element in it. There's some moments of humour. It gets very strange, but it's a really touching look at grief, at loss, at I suppose the death of childhood, and trying to, I suppose, reclaim what was missing in your childhood. There's a lot there about surviving abuse, so that can be quite upsetting to watch. But to me, this is one of Jodorowsky's best, no doubt. It's a really beautiful film. Next is Annie Hall. Okay, so if you were with me earlier talking about Woody Allen, this whole idea of problematic filmmakers making enjoyable art, I think Woody Allen's Annie Hall is an example of that, because I actually really love Annie Hall, but I think Woody Allen, the neurotic nerd with a meta sense of humour, I think over time we've seen other actors do that so well. I know Woody Allen popularised it, but anyone could be playing Woody Allen's character here. But Diane Lane, she is just actually kind of iconic. The sort of the way she dresses, her demeanour, and there's some great humour in this thing. I always think of The Lobsters. Last time I watched it, that had me howling. It's just ridiculous. Or the cocaine. There's a throwaway gag with cocaine that is like one of the funniest instinctive laughs I've had in a rom-com. So, I mean, I love Annie Hall. I do. I think I'm going to be kind to it. I'm going to be A tier. Again, problematic director, and I want to maybe do a video about it in the future, about filmmakers who are problematic and how we process their works, if we can separate art from the artist. But until that point, I'm just going to leave it that Annie Hall is pretty fucking good. The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp. This is a rewatch. I saw it a while ago, and I can't remember, I think the lead actor in it is called Roger Lively, and he is so charming, so endearing. I could easily watch him in any other 3-hour film as well. And I remember The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp being just a fascinating one, like a trip through memories and the past. But I certainly need to rewatch it to refresh my mind on it. Quiet Son. I haven't heard of this one, so it can go in the watch list. Your Hospitality, or Our Hospitality, Buster Keaton. I need to watch it. I haven't seen it yet. Free Women. It's another gap in the Robert Altman watch list. Groundhog Day. Yeah, this is a good one. This is it's not my favourite rom-com. It's not my favourite 80s movie. It's not my favourite Bill Murray film. But it's a really fun premise that manages to still make the darkness at its centre pretty funny and refreshing. And it's such a tightly written screenplay that, from my own perspective as a writer, I just think I have to admire it. I'm going to put it in B tier. I understand why it's a comfort watch. It's maybe, I suppose, that and Ghostbusters, maybe Bill Murray at a comedic height. Rules of the Game. I haven't seen this one. The next one I think is called The Butcher. I haven't seen that one either. I hadn't heard of this one before, actually. So I look forward to looking that one up. Solaris is on the rewatch pile. I've seen it a couple of times, but it's one that I think yeah, I think with Tarkovsky, I need to refresh my mind on his films because they're so thematically rich, and they're so requiring of one's patience, that I don't think I'm going to give it any justice by just trying to remember what I remember from it. Victim, I don't know this one, but the premise sounded interesting. Um, El Norte, I haven't seen this one. It's on my watch list already though. Playtime, I love this. This one, I've seen this a few times, and in the past I always found this to be like a sensory overload of a film. So much happens on any given frame. This is 2 hours of densely packed extras who have their own storylines and jokes and personalities unfolding within seconds, sometimes within a single frame, sometimes across the entire film. And it's such an unusual experience, but also on my most recent watch, I think it actually properly clicked with me. It is so funny, it's so observant, it's such an enthusiastic embrace of living in the city while also acknowledging the corporate incompetences of like modernist design and like everything being glass and people not knowing where the door is, or rooms within rooms within rooms that are just so redundant. It is such a funny film. It's so refreshing. It feels spontaneous, but it's so elaborately choreographed. Yeah, this is one I want to do a video on at some point in the future. There's nothing quite like Playtime. Jacques Tati always sort of paid respect to the silent comedy legends, but Playtime is very much his own creation. The Navigator, I haven't seen this one. I need to watch more Buster Keaton. Hoop Dreams. This is like, okay, so I'm not someone who enjoys sports, and sports movies can be a hard sell for me. But Hoop Dreams is something that is just so inspiring. And in terms of a sociological output, perspective, it's really engaging how it follows these two young black boys who come from different backgrounds, who are striving for similar things and are, I guess, maybe destined for different journeys. But the film is also very much acknowledging the social aspects that contributes to why certain children do better in education than others. And it's a very thoughtful, very powerful, very poignant, very engaging documentary epic. It's 3 hours, and even from someone like myself who doesn't really care much for sports, every time the basketball games are playing, it's instantly engaging. There's very little like it. I'm going to put it in S tier. This really is one of the documentary greats, one of the documentary heavyweights. I'd say that, and When We Were Kings, another sports documentary about it's about Muhammad Ali and George Foreman's fight in the Rumble in the Jungle, in where is it? Zaire, which I think became the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Again, another sports film that instantly hooks me, and I don't care for boxing. There's something magical about films like that, I think. Amadeus. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of classical music, but Amadeus is so lively. It moves so fast. It's such an exciting, beautifully designed film. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Amadeus. It's one of those grand films that reels you in quickly and doesn't let go. The House of the Fall of Usher. I haven't seen this one. So on the watch list it goes. Same goes for Bring Me the Head of Alfredo. Alfredo? Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. I need to see that one too. Seven Samurai. Okay. Maybe Kurosawa's most popular film. The way it's tactical, it's funny, it's empathetic, it's heartfelt. Or Toshiro Mifune, a real highlight in this thing, as the honourable, how would you describe him? Because initially, I don't want to spoil it, but the position he earns amongst the group of samurai, it tugs at my heart. It fills me with like, how do you explain it? Just admiration, I suppose. I love Toshiro Mifune in the film. He manages to fuse fury and humour so effortlessly. When he's teaching, when he's coaching villagers on how to defend themselves, and he's getting angry with them because they don't know how to hold a weapon correctly, or maybe they're outspoken. And then he's also trying to entertain the children who are watching him. He's a masterful performer. Absolutely wonderful film. Viva la Vie. This is one I plan on rewatching. I've seen it a couple of times, but my memory's hazy on it. Christmas Story. I've never seen this. I know this is like a Christmas staple in America, isn't it? It's on TV all the time there during the Christmas season. But no, I've never seen it. It doesn't really get played in the UK all that much. So I might have to buy it on DVD during this holiday season. I hope it's good. It has a reputation to live up to, doesn't it? Ran. Again, one of Kurosawa's great epics. A Shakespearean epic. It's King Lear, but it's so colourful. And the scale of this thing is just magnificent. How he managed to do this while he was losing his eyesight while he was directing this thing. And then if you ever see the storyboards for Ran, these beautiful painted landscapes he did, it's a fantastic creation. And yeah, if you've never seen a Akira Kurosawa film before, Ran, you can't go wrong with Ran. Okay, there's an end in sight. We've still got some time to go. The Discreet Charm of the Bourgeoisie is Louis Buñuel. This I remember being pretty funny. This is a film where bourgeois dinner guests are constantly interrupted and never get to start their dinner party. And it's the ways it does it are so outlandish and outrageous that you can't help but love the experience of it. There's one where they're trying to eat and then it's revealed that they're on the stage and there's a full audience waiting for them to eat. And then there's this whole strange thing of dream sequences within dream sequences. This is a good one. I'm going to put this in S tier, actually. Very, very funny film. Next, The Seventh Seal. I mean, that's classic Bergman, isn't it? I mean, come on. This is Film School 101, Gateway Bergman. If it's not necessarily a Gothic film in a sense of how we view Gothic aesthetics now, but if you're someone who's very much interested in death, mortality, loss of faith, the plague, the Middle Ages, this is gonna become one of your favourite films. Max von Sydow is just... he delivers such a graceful performance. This man losing his faith in the world, constantly challenging death, almost like he's tempting fate, tempting the inevitable. And It's a gorgeous film. It really is. I'm sure people are going to start getting tired of me describing everything as gorgeous, but no, Seventh Seal, yes, definitely watch it. I can't recommend it enough. This is Say Anything, and I haven't seen it. I know it's a John Hughes classic. I actually like John Cusack quite a lot. I just haven't seen it. I'm missing out. The Searchers is going on the watch list. I tried watching it before and I just could not get into it. John Wayne just scrapes me up the wrong way like sandpaper, and I feel like actually when I've read people's reviews on this, when I've seen video essays on it, it feels like the sort of film I need to give a real good chance with. So it's going to go onto the watch list. Yellow Submarine. I can't believe I've never seen this before. I love psychedelic animation. I love the Beatles. I need to see it at some point. Beauty and the Beast. Jean Cocteau. I haven't seen this yet. No, sorry, I have seen this. I need to rewatch it. I have the DVD on the shelf. What am I talking about? Yes, I've seen it. I remember specific set design decisions, like there's candelabras on the wall that are held by real hands, and the costumes gorgeous. But yes, it's been a long time since I've seen it. I've kind of forgotten most of it. The Earrings of Madame D, I've never seen. In terms of Max Ophuls, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing the name. One of the few incredible John Wayne movies. Okay, I'll take your word for it, Cassie. I'll take your word for it, because every image of the Searchers I see, it does look gorgeous. I think I really do need to give that a proper shot. This is Spinal Tap. So I'm torn between giving this the rewatch treatment or going all the way up here, because it is a funny film, but I think it's also a bit overrated. There's some great gags in this thing. Everyone knows turn the amplifier goes up to 11, and I remember thinking the bread where he's trying to fold the bread being very funny, and the miniature Stonehenge, but I never quite got the love for this one that everyone else shows. So I'm going to put this in C tier until I get around to watching it again, where I might feel differently. It can comfortably sit in the C tier. Pattern. I need to see this one. I actually really like George C. Scott's performances, so I think I would probably really enjoy that one. Jaws. A classic, right? Spielberg. This is like peak early Spielberg, and I think this is one he directed in his 20s. The observant foreshadowing, the daring sense of style, the suspense, the iconic score, Robert Shaw and Roy Scheider's performances, incredible iconic quote after quote after quote. This is a bloody splendid thing, isn't it? It could have been any other lesser director. This could have just been bargain bin pulp crap, you know, and it's not. It's a marvel. It's a cinematic spectacle. I'm putting it in A tier. Jaws is, it deserves its reputation. That's for definite. Where are we at now? Lawrence of Arabia. Oh, God, yeah. So this is another one that's just incredible, epic. Cinematography is gorgeous. Those sand dunes, the heat, you can almost feel it. The one aspect I think is worth acknowledging as problematic is Alec Guinness plays a Middle Eastern man. His performance is very good. It feels it's an outdated decision to hire a white person to play an Arabic role, but maybe not a but. I do feel Alec Guinness gives a very sincere performance, but it can feel insensitive, can't it? I do love Lawrence of Arabia, though. I think I am gonna plot this in A tier still. I just think it's worth acknowledging that little issue. The Right Stuff. I haven't seen this yet, so it can go on the watch list. Fargo. This is peak Coen Brothers, isn't it? Frances McDormand is just incredible as Marge. So much personality, so much dark humour. Just wonderful film that keeps you on your toes, pulls some terrific tricks, a great sense of characterization. You can't go wrong with Fargo. Just can't. Shane, I need to rewatch that one. It's been a long time since I've seen it. Decalogue. Another one that I need to rewatch. I remember certain episodes in it, but I just need to give the whole thing a proper viewing again. Do the Right Thing. Now, this is one of my favourite Spike Lee films. This is such a clever, nuanced drama. Racial tensions and prejudice. You get the growing irritability from the intense heat. You get the difficulties of trying to make it in America. The impact of poverty, trying to make your own way. There's a lot there about trying to find American families, immigrant families trying to find the American dream. I always felt like the film is asking us what truly is the right thing to do in any of this situation. And it's such a stylish, funny, thoughtful film that does get soured by the awkward sex scene that just feels, I think Rosie Perez has even said she felt pressured into doing that scene. And it just feels, the scene doesn't really need to be in here, does it? What bearing does it have on the film? And then if you're telling me that the actress who's nude in the scene is now open in saying she felt coerced into doing it, it does sour the experience, doesn't it? It's an awkward moment. This is a great film, ruined by this really awkward scene. No, ruined? Ruined is maybe too strong a word, but we have to acknowledge that is an aspect of the film, and it is it sours the experience somewhat, definitely. I'm gonna put this in B tier because I think the strengths outweigh the negatives. But I don't blame anyone who holds that scene against the film. Planes, Trains and Automobiles. This is going to be a rewatch. I saw it when I was a kid. Remember thinking it was funny. John Candy, Steve Martin have undeniable chemistry in their arguments and tensions. I remember some specific visual gags, but no, I need to rewatch it. I need to give it its proper credit, really. Rear Window. Again, one of my favourite Hitchcocks. I'm going to place it in S tier. Yeah, this is a great one. Every time I watch it, it feels like it still catches me off guard. The suspense, it cuts it so close, so finely, James Stewart, he's charming, but he's also a bit of a rogue. The way he treats Grace Kelly in this film, it's like, mate, you're not putting in the effort she's putting in, Oh, it's a wonderful time. The set, because it's such a limited set, that backdrop of the back of the building, the apartment complex, and how so much personality and life just threads its way through the entire thing. Great film, wonderful film. Schindler's List. This is another one. This is a fantastic drama. This is one of Spielberg's best, no doubt. And whenever it's on television, it's one of those ones I do still have to watch. I have to watch it from the beginning. This is such an important piece of modern historic cinema. It's, yeah, Liam Neeson maybe gives his all-time greatest performance in this thing. Ralph Fiennes, an absolutely terrifying bastard. And he delivers it with such conviction and such authority that he's genuinely horrific. I don't know what else to say. It leaves me speechless. The Last Laugh. I haven't seen this one. I know of it. It's on the watch list. Duck Soup. This is so funny, even by today's standards. The wordplay is so goofy yet witty and sharp, and there's so many influential visual gags in this thing, like the scene where they're sneaking around the house and mimicking the moves of someone else. It's like there's a mirror that's not there. It's like a gag you've seen in so many Tom and Jerry cartoons or Looney Tunes, or maybe even The Simpsons has done that gag too. It's just, iconic comedy. One of the greats of early comedy, I suppose. Early cinematic comedy. 400 Blows. Francois Truffaut telling us how to do the coming of age film. And he does it with such relatability. With a sort of, how do you say, I suppose it's relatable, there's humour, but there's a sense of reflective tragedy in this thing too. It's 400 Blows, you need to see it. I don't know what else to say. It's a French New Wave classic. It's an essential for a reason. All About Eve. It's on the rewatch list. I caught this on TV years ago, but I think I was way too tired to be really watching anything, so I can't really say I appreciate it at its fullest. Belle de Jour is a rewatch. I don't remember a damn thing from this film. But I love Catherine Deneuve, so I need to see it again. Orpheus is on the watch list. If it wants to go in there, Next we have, oh my god, it still feels like that's a sizable chunk to get through. Okay, let's hope I can get through some of these quicker. Grave of the Fireflies. This is one of those films I think it's gonna, there won't be a dry eye in the house after watching this one. Anyone who watches this film, I would be surprised if they don't cry. Absolutely devastating experience. One of Studio Ghibli's all-time greats. It's a shame Isao Takahata died, because he never made a bad film. Greed. I've never seen this. I've always been hesitant to watch it because I know there's a significant amount of the film that remains lost, I believe. If I'm wrong, please tell me, but I want to see it at some point. Broken Blossoms, I haven't seen. Watch list it goes. Sunset Boulevard, I need to rewatch it. I remember enjoying it. I remember loving the flamboyance and the moodiness of it all, but I need to rewatch it. I haven't seen it in a while. Julie of the Spirits, Grand Illusion, on the watch list to go. Some Like It Hot. Okay, this could have aged so poorly, but it hasn't. It's just excellent. It's so funny, so charming and charismatic, and it's iconic drag. There is, I know that they are two straight blokes hiding from the gangsters who want them dead, but it is also a huge inspiration for the queer culture and drag culture that follows. Marilyn Monroe, Jack Lemmon, Tony Curtis, everyone is on top form in this thing. It is so bloody good. So many memorable, iconic lines and moments. Some Like It Hot is just, I can't sing its praises enough. Apocalypse Now. Again, this film's a fucking miracle, really. When you learn about all the struggle that they had to get this thing made, and then the fact that Marlon Brando didn't want to memorize any of his lines and still gives such an incredible performance. He's just harrowing, haunting. He's like just, I don't know how to describe it. This whole thing, it's such a great adaptation of Heart of Darkness. And it's a miracle that it even exists in the form that it exists in. Yeah, I am tempted to give it an S tier. I'm giving so many of these S tier credit. Look how chunky S tier is. Maybe I'm being excessive. Everything's S tier. I love everything. But no, this is, yeah, it's... So many of these films genuinely are just fantastic. The Grapes of Wrath, I need to rewatch. I saw it a long time ago. Doctor Strangelove, another one of my favourite Kubricks. It is equally as funny as it is disturbing. It's really intense, really apocalyptic. The fact that you have these powerful men with the fingers on the button for an inevitable doomsday, you know? And then Peter Sellers gives 3 excellent performances with such drastic consequences and personalities. This, yeah, it's a classic for a reason. It is a wonderful, terrible experience. I'm just glad that it's a fiction of sorts, but it still holds a lot of relevancy because, sadly, war is ongoing. Children of Paradise. I need to see this one. I've only ever heard good things. Franco Zeffirelli's Romeo and Juliet. I need to see. Okay, Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. This is always fun. I love Indiana Jones. Harrison Ford, just fabulous in the role. What can I say about it that hasn't been said already? I'm putting it very comfortably in A tier. Yeah, it's the kind of blockbuster I have a lot of time for. King Kong. Oh yeah. Love King Kong. This is just an excellent story about, I suppose, how humanity is inherently destructive, right? And I suppose the impact of colonialism is in there too. We just take what we want. Where the very entitled Western perspective that we should just grab what we want, even if it doesn't belong to us. And there's a lot of charm in these special effects as well. They look dated now, but I think we have to admire just how lovely they look still. Like the stop motion on the miniatures, or the incredible set design. Yeah, King Kong. I love it. I actually like the Peter Jackson version a lot too. I think he brought a lot to a very recognisable story, and he made it his own in that just flamboyant, hugely expressive, exciting blockbuster way that Peter Jackson knows how. My Dinner with Andre. I did a video on this too. This isn't my favourite Louis Malle, but I love it. I have a lot of time for this one, and every time I watch it, I am drawn into this very natural conversation that just takes place over 90 minutes, because That's all it is. It really is just a conversation between two old friends. Wallace Shawn, Andre Gregory, playing fictional versions of themselves. And there's always new elements of the conversation that resonate with me, or that click with me on each viewing. And then there's always moments that I feel like it goes over my head and I get lost in. And it's just it's a pretty fascinating experience on human interconnectivity. Not my favourite Louis Malle, so I am going to put this in B tier. But yeah, it is a very good film. I'm glad that people enjoy it. The conversation is off in the rewatch list. I remember the sound design being wonderful. McCabe and Mrs. Miller. I remember Julie Christie being great. Warren Beatty being very charming. I need to rewatch it. I think it's got a very autumnal aesthetic, so maybe now is the time to rewatch it, you know? The Apartment. This is a very good Billy Wilder film. This also has like a really understanding attitude towards mental health. It's funny, but it's heartfelt. It's quite somber. It's sobering, you know. I'm gonna put this in A tier. Yeah, this is great. Shirley MacLaine, an icon. Okay. Forgive me for my pronunciation. Shan Andalou. Yeah, a surrealist icon, isn't it? It's barely 20 minutes long, but it has such rich imagery that it may or may mean absolutely nothing. It may or may not mean absolutely nothing. It's a very strange thing. The imagery is so influential. You've probably seen the eye slicing moment, or the dual pianos possibly, and it just keeps you on your toes. It really establishes that Dali had a good sense of cinematic voice, but also Buñuel was a filmmaker to keep an eye on. I don't know how else to really sing its praises. It's only 20 minutes. It's on YouTube. I would recommend it, even if you don't love it like I do. Yeah, fabulous, weird little thing. The Apu trilogy. Okay, this is wonderful. This is a life-affirming thing, and it's 3 films, but really you can't watch one without watching the others. The detail in this character's life from childhood to adulthood, the successes, the losses, the pains, the journey he goes through. There's so much tragedy in this trilogy that feels so genuine, and then it's so life-affirming and reassuring, and how he gradually copes with it. Yeah, I mean, if you're new to Indian cinema, the Apu trilogy is like the gateway drug, really. It's what introduced me to Satyajit Ray's films, and ever since I've just loved everything I've seen from him. So yeah, I'd easily recommend the Apu trilogy. I hope one day I may do a video on it, or a video on each individual installment, maybe. I don't know. Silence of the Lambs. This is a good one. I mean, okay, so the criticism here is that by today's standards, this film can be deemed quite transphobic, even though that's probably not the intention. Buffalo Bill is someone who is a murderous character, violent, and is showing a very violent depiction of what might be gender dysphoria. Might is the key word, because people with gender dysphoria don't tend to skin women alive and wear the skin. You know, as someone with gender dysphoria, I know I've never done that. But outside of Buffalo Bill's more problematic reflections, you know, there's still a very interesting antagonist. What Silence of the Lambs excels with is Clarice Starling. Jodie Foster again on this list. Banger after banger, girl. You know, she is brilliant as this character who men often underestimate, who they often belittle, or maybe they think she's not competent enough because she's a woman. And then you have Anthony Hopkins giving the iconic role of Hannibal Lecter. Just this ally that you don't really want as an ally. He's such a danger. He isn't an antagonist as such, but you can't trust him, really. Not, I mean, on the case, sure, but in the wider scheme of things, no. So Silence of the Lambs is deserving of its status as a classic. I'm putting it in A tier. Even though, yes, it's problematic by modern standards. Next, we've got Network. Yeah, this is one I need to rewatch. I remember Peter Finch being fantastic. I'm mad as hell, I'm not going to take it anymore. And there's a lot in Network that feels like a prediction to the modern media landscape. When you think about misinformation published in places like Fox News or whatever. But I need to rewatch it. It's been a long time. Same goes for La Talente. I remember liking it. I don't remember much else. Okay, so another problematic filmmaker is Roman Polanski. And we've got Chinatown here. So Chinatown's not my favourite film. Not my favourite neo-noir. I think Polanski directed better films. But Jack Nicholson is pretty damn good in this. And Faye Dunaway, some of the secrets she's hiding, they are very captivating. There's some very unexpected twists and turns in this thing that continues to make it such an engaging neo-noir. I'm putting it in B tier just because even acknowledging Polanski's work, I think my favourite films by him would be Tess and would be Rosemary's Baby. Chinatown, I just think it's very good. Next, My Neighbor Totoro. This is lovely. This is a great comfort film, isn't it? It's like, yeah, this is one of Hayao Miyazaki's greats, and there's so much here about growing up, so much here about adapting to some very drastic changes. I don't want to spoil anything, but the way the imagination is used as a defense mechanism, as a comforting tactic, it's just so beautiful. And Nolo, yeah, it has this magic about it that just unlocks our own imagination. You know, I want to be in a world with forest spirits and soot sprites and big furry animals that will guide me home and cat buses. This is a wonderful film. Not my favourite, but by the Studio Ghibli team. Not my favourite Hayao Miyazaki. I think I've always been more of a Laputa Castle in the Sky girl, but My Neighbor Totoro is a very special film. I think if you were going to introduce your kids to Studio Ghibli's films, My Neighbor Totoro, it's very gently paced, but I wouldn't say it's ever dull, you know. What have we got next? Great Expectations I haven't seen. I want to get into some proper Dickensian adaptations beyond Christmas Carol, so I'll be keeping it in mind. The Maltese Falcon. Not my favourite Bogart film. I did a video on this years ago. It's not my favourite Bogart film, but there's a way it has with developing suspense with very little. I remember it's a very dialogue-heavy film. And it's never dull. I'm going to pop it in the B tier. Persona. Oh my god, this film. So this is an intimidating watch on a first viewing. Unless if you're taking notes, I think this is one that really you come to grips with on the third or fourth watch. This whole story about the friendship between patient and carer, but also there's very similar contrasts and comparisons between their mindsets and their attitudes, and they may or may not be the same person. It's a fascinating puzzle of a film. I can't recommend it enough. So next we have... where else? Pulp Fiction. And I think this is the only Tarantino film on the great movies list. Consider it blasphemy. I don't think it's his best. I think it's very clever, very ambitious. You can see that fragmented, non-linear, multi-layered storyline approach. Is just... yeah, you can see that is apparent in so many of his other films. And Pulp Fiction, it's still pretty cool. You know, Samuel L. Jackson, he's iconic. It's a bloody brilliant performance. John Travolta, I'm not a big Travolta fan, but he is really bloody good in this. Bruce Willis gets to play someone who isn't just a hardened action hero. Although there's there's like acknowledgement that he can do that too. Ving Rhames, the cast is great in this thing, but I think my favourite Tarantino films tend to be more aligned with Kill Bill, Django Unchained, and I think Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think his works just get better as he kept working. So I'm putting Pulp Fiction in B tier. I still really enjoy it. I just think it's veering a little close to the overrated. That's all. Give me a second. Yes. So, yeah, Casey, that Falcon's grown on me on multiple viewings. Yeah, I think the Maltese Falcon has that quality. It gets better with each time. Manhattan is a rewatch. I need to rewatch it. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I haven't seen it since I was a teenager. Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. So, in terms of like classic vintage Disney output, I have a lot of nostalgia for this one, but I don't consider it one of my favourites. Some of the songs in it are lovely. The animation is just sumptuous. The way the dwarves take their pickaxes to the ore and the way it sparks, or the forest, the like nightmarish forest, you know. There's some sequences in this thing that I remember very fondly, and very much a visual treat for the eyes. But I'm going to put it in C tier. It's not my favourite of early Disney films. There are... I prefer Dumbo. I prefer Pinocchio. I prefer... Sleeping Beauty, I think, is the best one in terms of classic Disney productions. The way every piece of background artwork has that unique style about it. I can't even begin to describe it, but if you've seen Sleeping Beauty recently, you know exactly what I mean. So yeah, Star Wars: A New Hope. This is, it's a classic. It's an iconic blockbuster. It's a samurai western in space, but George Lucas very much brought his own personality to the characters. There is so much humour and chemistry and a genuine sense of adventure. I get why this has inspired generations. I love it, but I don't think I love it as much as other people love Star Wars. I'm not the most dedicated fan to the franchise. But I love the original trilogy. I actually really enjoyed the sequel trilogy. A New Hope is a very high standard for blockbuster cinema. Yeah, Harrison Ford, Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher. Yeah, just wonderful, wonderful adventure. I'm going to put it in A tier. It's very much one that, yeah, you could watch it with your family, you could watch it with your kids, you could watch it with your friends. It's fitting for every setting, isn't it? Laura. I haven't seen this one. Casey says, "Ha, there is sci-fi Ebert loved." Yes, there is. He liked Solaris as well, which is positive. Yeah, but yeah, Dark City too. Actually, Dark City's somewhere in the watch list area, but yeah, it's not as much sci-fi as I suppose I'd hope. Nashville, I need to see. I have it actually. I have it somewhere on my shelf of films, so I will break it out and give it a watch. The Bank Dick. I hadn't heard of this one until I came across this list. Yeah, I've never had a chance to watch this, so I'll get around to it at some point. Here's a major omission from my film viewing experience. Dracula. Yeah, I haven't seen this. I am sorry. I want to. Universal monster movies I'm very interested in. I want to see them. I haven't had a chance to see Frankenstein or Bride of Frankenstein or Son of Frankenstein either. I am planning on it. It's never too late to see these things, is it? You know? Tokyo Story. Yeah, I did a video on this, I think, last year, and it is just... it's so quietly devastating. This is another one of those films that really makes you want to hug your parents, if you have a good relationship with them, of course. Or at least maybe show your affection more often to the people who mean the most to you. Tokyo Story is just... it's such a beautifully reflective film about how we really need to make more time with the ones we love while we still can. It's an S tier one. It's Ozu has that beautiful, still approach to telling stories that really is just at its best in Tokyo Story. I wish Good Morning was on this list, because that's an Ozu film I love as well. Okay, next is The Shawshank Redemption. And this is another one. Whenever it's on TV, I have to watch it. There's something about it that's so welcoming, so warming, even though it does get very dark and gritty at times. The characters are just instantly alluring. There's this just comforting, reassuring notion. Maybe it's Morgan Freeman's narration does a lot of the heavy lifting, I think. But it's just a really well-paced, well-detailed story. I do enjoy it a lot. I wish I loved it to the extent other people loved it. I'm glad it's found its audience over time. But I think this is going to sit quite snugly in A tier rather than S tier. I don't think you can go wrong with it. I think when the Stephen King adaptations are done well, they're done very, very well. House of Games, I haven't seen this. 8.5. Okay, so I watched this recently, and I couldn't tell you if I understood it or not. This is one of those films that I don't think you can ever truly understand in the literal sense. It's something you feel. It's a visceral feeling, this one. It's this whole story of a film that's in development, and it's a film that's an autobiography of the director's life, but also it is the director's life, and he's retreading footsteps of the past through dreams, but also the dreams are coming back to interact with the life. And it's so much here about how the director, and I suppose filmmakers in general, or people in general, maybe how women are treated, like this dependency, like this unhealthy dependency, like someone seeking a second mother, or the exploitation of women for roles that they might not even get, or the whole instability of filmmaking, of art development, how it's a bloody miracle anything gets made ever, and how much of an artist is put into that creation, even if it falls short of entertaining us. It's an incredibly dense, psychologically rich film, 8.5, with these wonderfully surrealist images. It spoils us with that opening, with the director Guido, who's hanging, who not hanging. He's at the end of like a tether, and he's floating away like he's a balloon. It's just, yeah, this is an S-tier classic. It's a film that I think you would maybe take a couple of viewings to get through, to find your own meaning within it. But yeah, it's a fascinating experience. It's never dull. Even if you're struggling to piece together any interpretation, it's not a boring film. I think this is A Tale of Winter, Eric Romer. I haven't seen this, so on the watch list it goes. Beat the Devil. I haven't seen this. The Producers. It's hard to see, but this is The Producers. Mel Brooks. And yeah, this is peak comedy, isn't it? This has aged really well. It's so sharp. It's so witty. Gene Wilder, he draws us in with his sort of anxious warmth. It is so damn funny. There's so many great lines in this. What is it? The one that always gets me is, "Don't be a dummy, be a smarty. Come and join the Nazi party." It's springtime for Hitler. It's this wonderful, wonderful film that is not only, I suppose, a reflection of how superficial show business can be, but also, I suppose, how would you describe it? I think anything that just pokes fun at fascists with clever jokes is always a winner in my book. I love Mel Brooks. Peak Mel Brooks is always a joy. And so The Producers sits at S rank for me. It's a delight. Where are we at now? We have... okay, we are coming to an end. Hopefully we'll be done soon. The Music Room, Satyajit Ray. This is another great Indian film. Another great one from Ray. It's like a morality story about privilege, about economic inequality, about about I keep thinking privilege, because it is, this very wealthy man who has all these innumerable resources, and he spends excessive amounts on performers in his music room every night, and then it's a gradual unraveling of his persona. and a reflection that actually we probably should not be hoarding that kind of wealth. It's a fantastic film. If you're new to Satyajit Ray, after the Apu trilogy, try The Music Room. It's fantastic. I'd also say try Devi if you can get the chance to see that one. That one's on the Criterion Collection too. Sadly, not in this list, but that's one of my favourites. Yankee Doodle Dandy. I haven't seen this. I don't even think it's available over here in the UK physically. But I googled it, and the premise does sound kind of appealing. This whole story about this musical about a Broadway legend who directed and starred in his own shows. I'm up for it. I'm down for that. Next we have Detour. I plan on watching this soon. It's only an hour long. It's public domain. It's on YouTube to watch. I should watch it sometime. Gates of Heaven. I need to see that one too. Pickpocket. Robert Bresson. Once again. This is an excellent film. A very gentle, quiet, subtle film about a man who feels like he has little to live for. His connections with the people closest to him are disintegrating, and so he relies on pickpocketing and the connections he makes with people that way. And it's a gradual realization that through this crime and through this isolation he feels, it's this path he's had to walk to realize that actually some of the people that matter to him most, he's pushed away and he needs again. It's a really beautiful, quiet film. It's very, very thoughtfully directed, and like A Man Escaped, Bresson has this intelligent, articulate way of depicting the process of pickpocketing like it's an artisanal craft, you know. There's all these different tactics and strategies and plans they use. In a way, I don't know, that it's sort of hypnotic to watch. If it wasn't for innocent people becoming victims of pickpocketing, you'd sort of admire the audacity of it. Next is Yasujiro Ozu's Floating Weeds. I've never seen this one. I want to. I think sadly the physical copy of it in the UK went out of print, so it might be one I'll have to pick up as an import maybe. Next is Michael Powell's Peeping Tom. I think this was the second film, maybe the third film I ever covered on the channel. This is a fantastic one. This is like a proto-slasher, but it's also a real humanization of what it means to be someone who is a serial killer. Like, Michael Powell doesn't take the easy way out. There isn't necessarily sympathy, but it humanizes this character to try and understand why do people turn out the way they do. I also think there's a lot in there about our relationship to cinema, how as a passive bystander, as a viewer, we become a voyeuristic participant, and in a way we're contributing to what we see on the screen. Peeping Tom is very much like that. It's a really clever film. It sadly killed off Michael Powell's career because people were outraged by it. It was deemed too violent or maybe too disturbing, and I'm just glad that over time people come to appreciate it for what it is. I put it in S tier. City Lights, not my favourite Chaplin film, but very much captures that witty physical humour mixed with heartfelt tenderness. Yeah, it's a pretty damn good one. This is going to be an A tier. I don't think you can go wrong with a Chaplin film. Next is Goldfinger, which I've never seen. I have to admit, I'm not particularly keen on James Bond films. The Daniel Craig ones are okay. The vintage, the classic James Bond films, I think I kind of struggled to get past the male chauvinism of it. I'm not to say that they don't have their merits, that people aren't allowed to enjoy these films. Of course they are. But yeah, I've never been as drawn to them like other people have been. But it's on my watch list. If Roger Ebert thinks it's good, then maybe there's some merit in that. You know, I'm more than willing to give it a shot. Lady Eve, I haven't seen this one. It's Preston Sturges. I saw, oh God, what's it called? Sullivan's Travels. That was a really good one. I thought that was a really empathetic film towards the difficulty in trying to conjure up films, conjure up art, but also the difficulty in trying to survive the day to day. It took a very privileged character, quite selfish character, a very harsh lesson in what it means to be in poverty. Ah, okay. Thank you, Casey. Yeah, Goldfinger is probably the best older Bond film besides From Russia with Love. I'll keep that in mind then when I dive into some of these films later on. Goldfinger and From Russia with Love I will prioritise. And next we have Wings of Desire. This was quite a unique one. This was the third Wim Wenders film I saw, and I only really knew it casually as the film where an angel falls in love with a circus performer. But it is really very much more than that. It's a very abstract philosophical film that recognizes the difficulties and the joys in what it means to be human, the expectations. It's a very moody film. It floats between memories and intrusive thoughts. Bruno Ganz is just this really, really quite beautiful stillness about him. You know, I couldn't help but watch him. I loved Peter Falk in this. He plays himself as an actor who's cast in this film being shot in Germany, and he has such an elegant wisdom to him in this film. The way he draws people, the way he's just naturally fascinated by everyone. And again, an example of what it means to be human. This is a really gorgeous film, but it's not what I expected at all, and I'm quite glad it took me off guard by that way. Yeah, Wings of Desire. I could see people not liking it. It's so full of philosophical commentary. It's a very moody film. It's not the easiest one to get into, I don't think, but I loved it. And Nick Cave is in it too. I think he does 2 musical performances in it. I mean, if that doesn't sell you on it, then I don't know what will. Blow up. So I was thinking about this the other day. I need to rewatch it. But I remember it subverted my assumption about it being a crime thriller, when actually it's not quite what I expected. So I need to properly come to grips with it and rewatch it again. 2001: A Space Odyssey. I love this film so much. Like, it's a gorgeous spectacle. It is confident filmmaking of an otherworldly stage. It is a film about the birth and rebirth of humanity. But also it's a self-contained anthology of different stories, and some of them are really adventurous and some of them are really unsettling, and it is such an unusual experience full of just incredibly elaborate set designs and practical effects that still astound me. Like, I saw this as a kid, and I remember thinking, how the hell did they get the pen to float? Or how the hell do the people manage to walk on ceilings? And even now, it just feels like you're uncovering something magical. I can kind of see people not enjoying it because it's not a film that gives you any sort of literal conclusions or closure or anything like that. It's it's a film that requires a lot of patience, but if you have that patience, it's a fascinating riddle wrapped within a puzzle. I love 2001: Space Odyssey. I would like to cover it at some point in the future, but I think MGM have some hold on the film rights, I think. And they don't really like it when I cover their films, so sad. Next is last year at Marienbad. I did a video on this a long time ago as well. This is a very strange mystery. It teases with the unreliability of memory, time, space. It has that wonderful, enticing location that just feels like a maze in itself. Those gorgeous gardens and that ornate mansion, you know. It's not a film, I don't think we'll ever truly understand it in the way that maybe we might want to, but it is a fantastic experience. I'm putting it in S tier. It's, yeah, I don't know any other film I could compare it to. Body Heat. I haven't seen this one yet. Raging Bull. Yes. Again, another sports film that I find instantly hooks me in. De Niro gives one of his best performances. He is a vicious bastard. The boxing matches are suspenseful. They feel death-defying, electrifying. This is Scorsese at one of his peaks, one of his career peaks. He has many, in my opinion. He has so many great films that could be on here. I am going to drop it in S tier. I can't fault Raging Bull. I just think it's incredible. The Bridge on the River Kwai. I haven't seen this. I know I need to. It's a very popular war film. The Up documentaries. So if you don't know what these are, it started out as a series that interviewed a group of 7-year-olds, and then each 7 years they've made another series following that same group of children as they enter their teens, as they enter their adulthood, and as they become, I suppose, older people. And I've seen a few series of this, but I've never seen every series. So I don't think I'm the right person to give this a proper tier rating. It's going to sit on the watch list, but I would recommend it. I have seen what I have seen of it. It is a very interesting social experiment film, or documentary series, should I say. It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah, this is my Christmas classic. This always tugs at my heartstrings. This always reminds me why it's important to keep on keeping on, you know. James Stewart warms my soul, and he goes through hell in this one, and then by the end he realises, you know, there's so much benefit to enduring for the positives. You know, it's such a reassuring story. My gripe, S tier, I'm going to drop it to A tier because I have a gripe. The millionaire, the businessman millionaire antagonist character gets off the hook way too easily in It's a Wonderful Life. It's like, oh, you gave a little bit of money towards the end. Oh, we're going to forgive you for all of the shit you put us through. No, apart from that, it's a very minor gripe. But apart from that, It's a Wonderful Life it earns its title. It's wonderful. Pinocchio. Yeah, I love this one. This is like a great modern fable retelling. The animation is exquisite. It feels kind of hallucinatory, especially in the world where the kids smoke cigars and drink beer. It's a really touching story. I don't. Everyone knows the story of Pinocchio, surely. Wooden puppet boy wants to become real. It's just really sweet. It's really tender. I'm gonna put in. Sleeping Beauty would be in A tier. I'm gonna put it in B tier. Really good. The Exterminating Angel. This is for the rewatch pile. I remember this is the one about all the people who are unable to leave the dinner room. There's no reason for it. They just cannot leave the dinner room, dining room, whatever. And that's all I remember. I don't remember much else. So it's for the rewatching pile. Days of Heaven. One of my favourite Malick films. This is absolutely sumptuous. The way it's shot, I think it's mostly shot during golden hour. You know, that period where the sun is just especially golden. You know, I don't know how else to describe it. It feels like walking into a spell. Yeah, this is just an incredible experience. It's mesmeric. It feels biblical, you know? Singing in the Rain. Ah, God, yeah. Great comfort film. The songs are iconic. The performances, the dancing, the sharp commentary about the superficiality of Hollywood, as well as the rather loving reflection, tongue-in-cheek reflection on the difficult transition between silent era cinema to sound cinema. Singing in the Rain is one of the best to do it. It really is. It looks fabulous. Everything is so vibrant and so colourful. The costumes, Debbie Reynolds is just adorable in this thing. It's just amazing. I love Singing in the Rain. Ah, so many wonderful moments. Woman in the Dunes. I need to rewatch this. I remember this being a very sweaty film, a very erotic film, but very also unsettling. But yes, I need to rewatch it. I need to refresh myself on it. The Picnic at Hanging Rock. One of those insoluble mysteries that we'll never get closure to. I love this. It is so atmospheric. It is so textured and luscious feeling and just lavish. It feels like a Victorian Gothic ghost story where the ghosts aren't there. You know, it's a mystery that will never be solved, and I don't know how else to describe it. It's such a fascinating little puzzle. Peak Australian cinema, definitely. Next we have. Where am I looking? Come on, Liv. There's not that much long to go. We're nearly done. I don't know how long I've been talking for. I'm feeling a bit exhausted, but we're getting there. The Big Sleep. I need to rewatch this because I was not in the right mindset when I saw it. It's a very strange film. I need to give it another chance. Hard Day's Night. Love this goofy, weird film. This is such a screwball comedy that, like, it feels like a parody of the Beatles mania with the Beatles themselves. It feels like a London countercultural film that teases, that skewers conventional editing practices. It feels like a style that would be mimicked within decades of music videos to come, and yet it's also a concert film, and it's also really funny and really dorky, and it's just such a weird fusion. I love it. I love Hard Day's Night. It's A tier. if you like the Beatles, you'll probably really enjoy it. Even if you don't find it funny, the performances, the unique style it adopts, and I suppose the endearing dorkiness of each of the Beatles. Yeah, it's wonderful. The Samurai, Jean-Pierre Melville's iconic classic, Alain Delon, one of the coolest motherfuckers to ever do it. S tier. I don't know what to say about it other than this is a really sleek, slick, cool little drama, thriller drama, crime drama, whatever you want to call it. It deserves its praise. Ikiru. One of my favourite Kurosawas. One of those films that very much tells us to seize the day while we still can. To take those risks, you know, to overcome our self-imposed boundaries. And that we shouldn't really be doing it for credit. We should be doing it for our own achievement. It's an incredible, powerful film. It deserves S tier. Look how chunky S tier looks. Jesus. Maybe people watching this might think, oh, she's a bit too generous. I probably am, to be fair. If you follow me on Letterboxd, I give way too many films 5 stars. I have no self-control. So La Dolce Vita. I need to rewatch this. Yeah, I haven't seen this in a while. I remember Anita Ekberg in The Trevi Fountain. Amazing. I remember there's a rather dark storyline around a family, and you might know what I'm hinting at. I don't want to get into it at the risk of upsetting the YouTube algorithm, but yeah, it's one I need to rewatch. It's got quite a unique sort of stream of consciousness flow about it. The Godfather, iconic, obviously. It's one of the greats. It's classic Hollywood. Al Pacino, Marlon Brando. A great character study from a reluctant figure to I suppose a life of corruption. It's a wonderful film. I put part 2 in tier A, and I think part 2 is better. So I think Godfather is going to sit alongside it. Just marginally. I don't think it's right to drop it to B tier. The Bicycle Thieves. Oh my god, way to devastate someone. This film, like, the difficulty of finding employment and then maintaining that employment at the time of post-war Italy, when the country is rebuilding or struggling to do so. This film is going to ruin your day. It is devastating. It's heartbreaking. I don't want to go into exactly why. You just need to see it. I don't know what else to say. It's so authentic. My heart aches for the lead actor, because after Bicycle Thieves, he struggled to find any work as an actor, despite the wonderful performance he gives. And even the director, Vittorio De Sica, didn't want to hire him again beyond being a minor extra. So it's sadly, it's an example of life imitating art. The Third Man. It's in the rewatch pile. I need to see it again. I haven't seen it in a very long time. I remember the film score being absolutely amazing. And Orson Welles, I can't fault the man. Always a wonderful performer. M. Another great Fritz Lang classic. Very dark film for this time period, when you find out the motivation and the crimes behind the murderer. And then Fritz Lang, being the great genre filmmaker he was, so many of his scenes are so action-packed, or the way that they're just racking up the tension, you know? It's like, yeah, S tier. It's Film School 101. You got to see it. It's incredible. It's another one I did a video on a long time ago, and I can't sing its praises enough. Bonnie and Clyde, need to see. The best Orson Welles movie. Yeah, Third Man. It's good, isn't it? I just need to refresh myself on it. Thinking about Orson Welles, Citizen Kane. I need to rewatch Citizen Kane. No, I don't need. What am I talking? I'm getting so muddled now. I've been speaking for so long. Anyone watching this, if you've joined me from beginning to end, thank you for your patience. And anyone else watching it, I would maybe recommend in small chunks, because sitting here going through this in one go is sort of frying my brain. Citizen Kane, incredible film. You would think a film about a media mogul, a newspaper tycoon, his life, his childhood, his political failures, you'd think it would be a dusty, boring film, and it's not. It's so invigorating and full of life, and just the way... I don't want to spoil it. I know a lot of people will know the significance of the ending already without even having seen it, but the way the film ties it all together is like maybe one of the greatest cinematic tragedies. By the end, I just felt great sympathy for Charles Foster Kane. It's incredible, not a dull moment. Such an adventurous film with filmmaking form as well. The way it sort of begins like a mockumentary, the way it jumps between eras, the way that there's not really a traditional protagonist. Because Charles Foster Kane is dead, long dead. It's not quite him, is it? But it's not the journalist either, because he's not the focus. His interviewees are. So it's a very unique experience, Citizen Kane. Battleship Potemkin. This is one I plan on rewatching soon. I haven't seen it in a while. I remember the Odessa steps. I remember how invigorating the mutiny was, but I do need to rewatch it again, refresh myself on it. Written on the Wind, I need to watch it. Douglas Sirk, I plan on catching up with his works eventually. Bride of Frankenstein, need to watch it. Psycho, very good film. This is a lot of people's first Alfred Hitchcock film. It is great. It is. So much this film does well. The misdirection within, I suppose it takes place 30-40 minutes into the film. Claire MacGuffin, Anthony Perkins is just so eerie, you know. Yeah, Psycho, I'm placing it in A tier. I really have a lot of time for Psycho. Casablanca. I saw this recently. I rewatched this recently. It tugs on my heart. This is the sentiment I can get behind. This whole French refugees resisting against Nazis. That scene where they all sing louder than the fascists is beautiful. Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman have just such tantalizing chemistry. The resentment is so genuine, and you wish things could be somehow different, but they can't. The line, "We'll always have Paris." Oh, it's like a dagger to my heart. This film, I love Casablanca so much, and it ends perfectly. I can't help it. Casablanca, just peak. Absolutely wonderful experience. Where else? What else? On the Waterfront. I need to rewatch it. I saw it a while ago, and my memory's fuzzy. I remember it being suspenseful. Marlon Brando has this youthful charisma that some of the best of his period just didn't have, you know. Saturday Night Fever. I haven't seen this. If you think I should see it, let me know. My Darling Clementine and Knights of Cabiria. Knights of Cabiria, yeah. I haven't seen these. It's Cabiria is one of the Fellini films I need to see. A Woman Under the Influence. This is gonna ruin your day. I said that about a few films now, but this really will. This will fuck you up. This is brutal. Gina Rowlands, this woman whose mental stability is just unraveling and is just not keeping it together. Peter Falk as the husband who likes to keep an air about him, like he's respectable, like he's supportive, but actually he's really quite abusive and manipulative in a way that I don't think he knows how to be any other way. He thinks it's an extension of support, and the way this couple just get at each other's neck, it's so vicious and violent in a way that's not like bloody, but in the sense of you really believe it when Peter Falk says he's going to thump someone, or when Gina Rowland threatens to do something drastic, and all with the children in the room. Like, oh my god, I am not even scratching the iceberg of how brutal this thing is. John Cassavetes has so many great films. His films always feel so lived in, so real, just so down to earth and so intimate. And A Woman Under the Influence is probably one of his most uncomfortably intimate things. I don't know if I could recommend it just because of how devastating it is. But if you've seen John Cassavetes films before and you're about to watch A Woman Under the Influence, you'll likely love it. Just brace yourself. It's a tough one. Pandora's Box I haven't seen. I think G.W. Pabst is the director's name. I need to watch their works. Sweet Smell of Success, I need to see. The Passion of Joan of Arc. This is a straight up S tier. Come on. This is a classic of silent cinema. Falconetti's eyes tell us everything. There is so much remorse and so much pain and so much longing in those eyes that by the end of it, we know what happens to Joan of Arc. It's inevitable, it's history, and yet we want it to unfold in some other way, and we want some divine intervention to take place, and it never comes. Absolutely incredible film. It's heartbreaking. Ali, Fear Eats the Soul. This is a wonderful one. Rainer Werner Fassbinder, possibly one of his more accessible titles, a classic one. The empathy towards a romance, where there is a clear age gap. There is a sense of it's a interracial relationship in a rather conservative area of Germany. So these two, who absolutely adore each other, they're also having to deal with these external forces that want to separate them, and it takes a toll on their relationship. This is an incredible film. If you're new to Rainer Werner Fassbinder, I've talked about Fox and His Friends and Carell on the channel. This is probably the next one I would talk about. It's S tier. It's a fantastic film. I don't know how else to describe it. It's so intimate. It's a bit it's not judgmental in delving into characters' flaws. It's just a really heartfelt, tender film. Okay, Wizard of Oz. Yes, great musical, iconic. I love it. It's a comfort watch. It's so full of imagination and colour. The songs are amazing. I love how Scarecrow incorporates tripping into his dance movements. This is an excellent, excellent film. And the message about appreciating the ones we love around us is always a positive thing to keep in mind, isn't it? I think maybe with a more critical eye, we could say, oh, this is a film that says, stay within your comfort zone, don't explore the world, because there is, I suppose, hints of that, but I don't like to read it that way. I like to read it more optimistically and think of it as a film where, yeah, Dorothy finally acknowledges and respects and embraces the privilege of the friendships she's made. It's a really lovely experience. I'm putting it in A tier. I'm really glad actually that I got my nephew into this film. It's just such a wonderful time. Okay, next we've got Night of the Hunter. Come on, great icon. Just oppressive shadows, moody, dark, brutal in a way that really encapsulates the American Gothic nature. Robert Mitchum is terrifying, actually terrifying in this, without doing all that much. Not to say that he doesn't do anything, but there's something about this film where... Oh, I don't know where that's gone. I'm hoping it's dropped down. Yeah, okay, yeah. He's genuinely terrifying without doing much. He deals with... He delivers his performance with an intimidating restraint. Like, he's got this surface level charisma, but underneath, you know something's not right. All the shadows, I feel like David Lynch probably borrows quite heavily from this film, and it's such a shame that it was a failure on its release, because Charles Lawton deserved to be able to direct more films. This is a directorial debut. This is an only directorial effort from the man, and it's masterful. This is S tier. Come on, this is a classic. Great film. Like, yeah, I can't sing its praises enough. Okay, Monsieur Hulot's Holiday, or Les Vacances de Monsieur Hulot. This one is so sweet. This is, maybe feels quite old-fashioned and gentle by today's standards, but it's a love letter to the silent comedians who inspired Jacques Tati, and his prowess, his confidence in unraveling these detailed comedic gags with very elaborate setups that sometimes set up a couple of scenes that sometimes pay off a couple of scenes later, or that snowball into some really unexpected chaos. Or sometimes it feels more like a slice of life film about a community of holiday goers. This is just an incredibly sweet film. I love it to pieces. It's one of my comfort favourites. Yeah, Jacques Tati, you cannot go wrong with the man. Yeah. I'd maybe say if you're new to Jacques Tati, try Mon Oncle first, and then see if you enjoy how gentle Monsieur Hulot's Holiday is. I know some people find it quite tame by today's standards. Vertigo. Yeah. Actually, I'm putting this on the rewatch pile. I've seen it a few times, but it has been a very long time since I've seen it. I remember it's quite a thematically rich film. Quite kaleidoscopic. Loads of unexpected twists and turns, losses within losses. I need to rewatch it though. I want to refresh myself on that thing. Notorious. I haven't seen this one. Not yet. Okay. Forgive my pronunciation, but Aegir, The Wrath of God. Like Fitzcarraldo, a demonstration, a testament to human madness, while also an example of human madness. Like this sort of stubbornness to film in the depths of the jungle, taking all this heavy camera equipment in a way that is so laborious and impractical, and yet Werner Herzog did it. And then the difficulty of filming half the film on a raft, like with the camera crew on it as well. what the hell? Like, this is an incredible film. Klaus Kinski does the restrained, maddened, wide-eye performance that he's so good at. As these conquistadors are searching for the lost road to El Dorado that doesn't exist. At least, you know, this is fantastic. This is fascinating filmmaking. It's meditative, it's hypnotic. Popol Vuh does this really quite graceful ambient guitar score that feels like it's putting you in a spell. It's not an exciting film, it's spellbinding, it's bewitching. Yeah, it's very few films can match. Next, we are going to Red River. I haven't seen this one. Being there, I remember really enjoying this, but I'm going to put it in the rewatch pile because I've only seen it the once and it was a while ago. Nosferatu. Yes, I love Nosferatu. The classic Nosferatu. All those gorgeous shadows. Max Schreck playing Count Orlok with this otherworldly quality. Like he is some being from beyond the grave, you know? Incredible film. You need to see Nosferatu if you like silent era horror. Just German expressionism at its most accessible. I don't know how else to describe it. It's fantastic. Spellbinding. Walkabout. I need to rewatch it. I saw it a while ago. I keep knocking the keyboard here, I think. Yeah, Walkabout. I saw it a while ago. I couldn't quite get my head around it. Nicholas Roeg's fractured approach to telling stories I can usually embrace, and Walkabout I think I need to give another shot. I didn't dislike it, but I don't think I appreciated it in the way that a lot of people do. L'Aventura, a similar one. That's a very strange film. Takes a lot to get into the right mindset for. So I'm going to give that another shot. Swing Time. Watch list. Need to see it. E.T. That's a rewatch. I haven't seen it since I saw it on VHS tape. And I remember certain key scenes, but I don't remember it as a whole. Gone with the Wind. I thought, okay, I wondered when this would come up. Here's a problematic classic. Yeah, so Gone with the Wind romanticizes the Confederacy, romanticizes slavery, portrays black people as grateful for being enslaved. It's really soured over the years, this one has, but it's also a technical marvel. You look at the scale of this film, it's incredible. It's a sweeping epic. The landscapes look gorgeous. The matte paintings are beautiful. The cinematography is just so ambitious. And the character story between Scarlett O'Hara and it's Rhett Butler, isn't it? It's like Wuthering Heights. It's like an anti-romance. Scarlett O'Hara is in need of a harsh lesson, of a harsh wake-up call because of all the times she willingly exploits people to benefit her for her own sense of privilege. In terms of characterization, Gone with the Wind I find is really engaging, but it's impossible to ignore the racist coded heritage this story has, and the presentation of it, the romanticization of basically exploitation of black people. It sours the whole experience, and I don't blame anyone if they find this near 4-hour epic to be tiresome. If they think it's outdated, it is outdated. It is a lot of time to invest in a film that you're probably not going to completely love. It's a film that I have in terms of its characterization, I have a lot of respect for, because if you're writing a script or a book or any sort of story form, and you want to write a character who's unlikable but detailed and, I suppose, a very engaging character, Gone with the Wind is a strong lesson in that, in how to write characters. The costumes look amazing. Technically, it is just so impressive, but it is impossible to ignore what has aged poorly about this thing. I think it goes into D tier. It's not, traditionally speaking, a bad film, but I think it hasn't aged as gracefully as a lot of films can, you know. Double Indemnity. I need to see this one. Sorry to disappoint. I know it's a big noir classic. I need to see it. I'll save us some time. I haven't seen Trouble in Paradise. I think this is Lubitsch. Yeah, I need to catch up with their films. Touch of Evil, Orson Welles classic, Marlene Dietrich and Charlton Heston. Very suspenseful, very unsettling, gritty in a way that's quite rare for films of this time. There's some really dark sequences we go through for this film. There is the elephant in the room to acknowledge is Charlton Heston is playing. He's a white man playing a Latin American character, and I think it's worth acknowledging that when white people are being cast as a different race, it's probably going to seem quite insensitive in this day and age. This is a very good film with just, I say, this one element that kind of lets it a little down. I'm putting it in B tier. It's always an exciting watch. I can't knock it. In terms of story, in terms of performance, you know. And Day for Night. Finally, we are on the last one. Francois Truffaut, Day for Night. This film is so funny, but I think it helps if you're like me, a film school grad. There are so many in-jokes in this about filmmaking, like how you should never work with cats. They just do not take directions. It's not like a dog. You can't tease them. You can't tempt them with treats like dogs, you know. Yeah, this is fantastic. One of Francois Truffaut's later career greats. I'm gonna put it comfortably in S tier or A tier. I'm gonna be kind. S tier. Let's end on a high note. Oh my god. I don't know how long I've just been doing this for now. This has probably been quite a few hours. If you've joined me from beginning to end, thank you for your patience. If you've dipped in and out, thank you for joining me at any point. I hope this has been a fun experience of sorts. If this is something you'd like me to do again in the future, let me know. Let me know tier ranking videos, ideas you might want to see. I'm up for it. I quite enjoyed this, actually. It gave me an opportunity to talk about films for way too fucking long. I don't often go off the cuff or without a script, so I've probably repeated myself numerous times, meandered quite a lot, warbled on, waffled on, but yeah, I hope this has been an enjoyable, calm, relaxed, informal, interactive experience. Let me know. 4 hours, Jesus Christ, seriously. Oof. Oh my god. Okay, so congrats to me, longest video on my channel. But also congrats everyone. Thank you for helping this channel get 20,000 subscribers. I wouldn't have done this without achieving that milestone. So this has been so much fun. I really appreciate people who have come to join in with the channel to discover new films or to showcase, to share some of their favourites, you know. Let me know with this watch list how chunky it is. Let me know which films that I've put on here that I should prioritize watching first. And yeah, I hope you have a lovely morning, evening, day, whatever time of day we're at now, wherever you